confined to the north, but it should shift its way northwards through the course of the day, so brightening up quite a lot across a large portion of Scotland. A murky start still too across Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, and pretty much everywhere across England and Wales could see some patchy mist or fog to start, but this clearing relatively quickly through the course of the morning. But some further cloud across parts of Devon and Cornwall, a risk of showers through the morning, but any showers largely petering out. Some rain perhaps lingering across the far north of Scotland through much of the day, but for many it's actually going to be a dry start to the weekend. Plenty of blue skies, and it's going to feel particularly warm for the time of year as well. Temperatures possibly reaching 18, maybe 19, 20 degrees Celsius, where we see that sunshine stick around, particularly across northern parts of England. So a nice start to the weekend. And similar on Sunday, we'll see quite a mild start, perhaps some patchy frost under the clearer skies. But for many, it's going to be a dry day. Once again, plenty of blue skies and still feeling very warm for the time of year. Just some higher cloud perhaps across the far southwest, making any sunshine turn a little bit hazy, and more dry weather to come next week, but temperatures are soon going to dip away, so likely to see some overnight frost and some chilly days.
We can expect clear skies, leading to a light and warm day ahead. Lovely. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Civil war breaks out within Reform UK.
The party suspends the MP Rupert Lowe after complaints of serious bullying and physical threats.
But is the row just a clash of egos between Farage and Lowe after Lowe criticised his leader earlier this week?
It's not Nigel, it is not Rupert's ego that's the problem. It's not my ego that's the problem. There needs to be more introspection by Nigel, Zia Yusuf, Lee Anderson and others.
Russian spies in the UK. Following the biggest investigation of its kind, 6 Bulgarians are found guilty of working for the Kremlin. How worried should we be about whether there are any more?
Authorities issue a statement on the cause of Gene Hackman's tragic death.
The end to NIMBYism. Councillors are going to be stripped of powers to block planning schemes in an effort to build more houses, offices and factories.
SpaceX explodes, rocket debris rains from the sky causing chaos for airports.
Inspecting the troops, we head to the London Central Garrison as the bands of the Household Division receive their annual ceremonial review.
Ancestry chasing is boosting the Scottish economy. American tourists visiting to discover their roots brings in billions.
Good morning. It's a huge weekend of rugby action with France travelling to Ireland for what's been billed as a Six Nations decider. In the Premier League, Ruben Amorim hopes he'll be given time to turn Man United's fortunes around. And in tennis, Emma Raducanu has another new coach.
Colder weather arrives next week, but before that happens, this weekend's looking warm, dry and bright. Find out all the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
See, you, Anne, are much more sophisticated than what I am.
Oh, yeah?
So you do like these sort of Fashion Week things? Are you into all that?
What, you mean like London Fashion Week?
Yeah. Do you like that sort of thing?
I used to. I find it all a bit of a bore now. But, I mean, I used to love going along to London Fashion Week. Yeah, because actually sitting there and watching them all on the catwalk, I mean, is quite exciting.
You see, it's just I've seen this in the papers this morning.
Oh.
And it's Paris Fashion Week at the moment. And this designer, Hodakova, who's Swedish.
Oh,
apparently.
know her well.
So there's her latest design.
It's a lady wearing a cello.
Yes, she's wearing a cello, and there's someone else wearing a violin
as a hat.
fascinator.
Now, the violin...
Oh, there you go.
Well, actually, the violin is ridiculous because it's so big.
But the cello... It's
but
just...
why is a lady wearing a cello? I mean, it looks stupid.
It's a second-hand cello.
Well,
so she hasn't designed... What has she designed? Well, she put some Legos in it.
Can't be very comfortable. I mean, how do you sit down in a cello?
And there's no armholes.
No. Honest...
So you can't scratch your nose.
That's how you get a headline, isn't it? But it's not fashion.
But apparently all the models are wearing smudged eyeliner, which looks like someone's done their eyeliner with a Sharpie. And that's
very Bieber,
that's inspired by punk rock.
I used to go to the clothes show in Birmingham. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember the clothes show.
Tim Vincent.
Yes.
Presents it.
Yeah, it was a very big deal, but I think those days are a bit over. It's a bit like Meghan's programme on Netflix. Those days are over.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very, very dated to be pretending to be the perfect hostess and you just spend hours arranging fruit on a plate. It's just not done nowadays. We're all a bit more practical. But in the 80s and 90s, that was a big deal. So you're not going to have smudged eyeliner?
No, I won't. But wearing a cello...
Try
as an outfit.
You never know.
Invokes fragility and boldness, says creator Ellen Larson.
Well, yeah. Okay.
32. That's where I think the world's gone blooming bonkers.
It really has. The other thing I think... Have you ever traced your roots?
No.
No? You traced your roots?
No, a friend of mine did. He wasn't happy with what he discovered.
Oh, really?
Dear. I'll say no more.
Oh, in our family, we knew that my dad was a Scot, except that he was of Irish descent, but he spoke with a strong Scottish accent all the time. But we found out when we started to trace roots that actually it was my mother who had the stronger Scottish ancestry. Really? Yeah, and we were able to trace that back to the original clan that her family came from, the clan Gunn, Gunn, which has its own tartan. So one of my sons has actually had a kilt made from that tartan and got a scarf that's in that particular tartan.
You might be related to Ray Gunn, that famous breakdancer.
Oh, I probably am.
Angus.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Angus Gunn is the Scotland national team goalkeeper right now.
Oh, well, there you go. So the Guns are
As
big.
was his father.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the one thing I do know about my family is my great-great-grandmother or someone like that went off to service to work for the royal family when she was very young.
Yeah.
Came back pregnant.
That used to happen quite a lot, I suppose.
Yeah.
If you watch Upstairs, Downstairs or Downton Abbey.
This is why I have an affinity with the royal family.
Oh, do you think you have royal roots?
I think I've got royal blood in me.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think that would be fascinating.
Went off to work for the Royals, came back with a baby.
You could trace it back. But that's really interesting. We'll be finding out a bit more about how so many Americans are coming to Britain, going straight up to Scotland to try and trace their family roots. I've met so many people who do that, and it is fascinating.
Was it a genealogy test, was it?
Yeah. If you... of course, the genealogy test, the DNA thing, does help, gives you a start. But mostly it's looking through records and having some advice on how to do all of that. But if you've ever traced your family roots, have you ever been surprised by what you might have found, or thrilled to find that you are actually not Scottish, you're Irish or something like that? It's a fascinating business.
You've got to be very careful, though, because with a lot of this, it's some ridiculous percentage of people, their fathers are not their fathers.
Oh, that's...
It's something like 15% or something.
That's what I made
the fathers are not their actual fathers.
Yeah. Well, that's life, isn't it? Well, maybe that happened to you as well when you traced your ancestry. Do let us know. Anyway, there's a lot that you'll have views on today, including what we're going to be talking about next.
Yeah, you will. Former Reform MP Rupert Lowe suspended amid allegations that he made physical threats against party chairman Zia Youssef.
Now, Mr Youssef confirmed the party had also received complaints from 2 female employees about serious bullying in Mr Lowe's parliamentary and constituency offices.
Well, Mr Lowe said he was disappointed but not surprised to learn of what he said were false allegations. He also said the allegations of bullying at his offices are not about him.
It's all very icky, isn't it? And I know it's upsetting a lot of people who are really beginning to believe in reform. Let's talk to former advisor to Nadeem Zahawi, James Price, who joins us now. Hi, I know a lot of people watching today are desperately disappointed to see this infighting going on in Reform.
Absolutely right. Reform have such an open goal at the moment. They're leading in most of the national polls. The Conservative Party has decided to take a long time to work out what its core beliefs are and to not really kind of provide the sort of opposition that a fully formed opposition might do. The Labour Party have obviously hit the ground, not running, just hit the ground, and therefore Reform had such a great opportunity. And it seems with 5 MPs, they can't even help themselves but fight like rats in a sack. And that would be disappointing for the, 27% of people at the moment who, in some polls, are saying they're going to be backing Reform. And over what? Childishness? Is it actually a serious report? Let's see.
Yeah, well, come on, though, because the other side of this is if there were allegations of bullying and a physical altercation, and if there are allegations of bullying at the constituency office and Reform was seen to not act on that swiftly, there'd be all hell to pay.
Yeah, that is a very important point, and we should, wait for any proper investigation to be done and all the rest of it. The problem, of course, is that these allegations were from 3 or 4 months ago and were only made 2 days ago, just after Rupert Lowe, the MP in question, came out with the most gentle and mildest of constructive criticism of Nigel Farage and his very controversial chairman, Zia Youssef. And now a lot of people are thinking this is because Rupert Lowe, former chairman, I think, of Southampton Football Club, very, very successful business career. He's the MP who doesn't take a salary. Every month he donates his MP's salary to a charity in his constituency. Has proven to be an incredibly effective backbench MP. He's asked more questions in the chamber, he's asked more written questions at departments, and has just got a really good way with words and holding the government.
We're going to have to stop you very briefly for the moment while we fix your microphone. Sorry about that. That will happen any second now. But a lot of people are getting in touch already saying...
Reform leadership have shut your mic off. You're being critical of them. No.
A lot of people saying that they're desperately disappointed because they were believing in Reform and they believed that Reform could for instance, form the next government.
George has said, why isn't someone from Reform on to explain what is happening from within the party? Well, we are getting a former spokesman for Reform later on in the programme. Of course, we reach out to you. This is exactly what you want, is people to say what's going on. But, of course, at times like this, parties don't necessarily want to come on and talk about it.
No, exactly. But one of the problems has been, and I think it's what shocked a lot of people, is that various members of the party and MPs have been outspoken, and maybe now is not the time. It's a bit like, watching Donald Trump tear President Zelensky apart. You don't want to see it, even if those things happen in the background. It's unedifying and maybe makes things even worse. Yes. I think we fixed your microphone. You can speak
Which would be helpful.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What about Nigel in all of this? Because it's been, some people say it's a battle of the egos. Do you think ego is an issue with this?
I think with given the track record, coming in, taking over UKIP, there was obviously his supplantation of the UKIP party leadership, 15 or more years ago now, and then the Brexit party was a very Nigel Farage vehicle, and you can't deny that he has been incredibly successful as a leader, very experienced, all these things, and therefore you might be given to think that he's the main man, and certainly some people will come and say that it's actually all Nigel Farage's personal vote. That can't sustain you all the way through.
No, maybe not, but we've seen it in the past. I mean, when he stepped down from UKIP, the vote dropped. If he disappeared from Reform, you can only imagine the vote would significantly drop. The man is charismatic.
He is, but again, you can't run a whole party on this. If Reform do win the next general election, you're going to have literally hundreds of new MPs who've never been MPs before, probably, unless you get masses of defections from the old parties, which is perhaps not what they want. And you've got to hope that those people are all high-quality individuals as well, because he can't carry everything. And in Rupert Lowe, you've got someone who's tried and tested in business, has taken to politics like a duck to water. People who don't spend their life on Twitter, like I'm afraid I do, will see his appearances on there. It's just an incredibly effective communicator. He's not afraid to call the truth out. And Farage should be welcoming people like that, should be building a whole team. You saw what happened
unless they're plotting against him. Well, and don't forget, Elon Musk turned round and said Farage has to go, Rupert Lowe should be the leader.
Yeah, well, and maybe this will cause another schism and we'll end up like the Life of Brian and the People's Front of Judea and the Judean People's Front. And if that happens, the only person who'll win out of this will be Keir Starmer. They'll be the only way that Labour can succeed.
That's what already a lot of our viewers are pointing out, that they believed that Reform could make a change and maybe even form the next government. And now, what are they meant to believe in? Is it any coincidence, for instance, that it's happened just after the party has become a party and is no longer a company owned by Nigel Farage?
I think that's a very good point. Party management is a difficult thing, and it's difficult enough when you have something like the Conservative Party that's supposed to have a kind of long history of philosophical coherence and ideas. You say, well, maybe not so much some Tory MPs, but you would think that most Conservative MPs have all read the same kind of philosophy books, all have the same kind of ideas about tax, about education, about family and things like that. With Reform being such a new party, only 5 MPs, they all think quite different things. That's going to be hard enough anyway, ideologically, let alone when it comes to personal ambition. That's politics.
OK. James, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
But do, of course, let us know what you think. And today, in our poll of the day, we're asking, will the Rupert Lowe row do permanent damage to Reform? Can they ever recover? We'll be bringing you the live results throughout the day, so make sure you stay tuned. Final results, as ever, in Nana Akwia's show this afternoon. And for all our latest polls, news and how to vote, etc., just go to gbnews.com/poll.
Right, 14 minutes past 6. Let's have a look at some of the other key stories heading into the newsroom this morning.
And this is breaking news now. At least 12 people have been injured during a shooting at a pub in Toronto. 4 victims have non-life-threatening injuries, and the extent of injuries to the rest is not known at the moment. Toronto police say the suspect was wearing a black balaclava and was seen fleeing in a silver car and is still at large.
Now, authorities in the United States have confirmed that Gene Hackman died of natural causes a week after his wife, Betsy, died also from natural causes, from hantavirus. It's been claimed that Mr. Hackman was not aware his wife had died because it was found he was suffering from advanced Alzheimer's. Their bodies were found in their home in New Mexico last week, along with one of their pet dogs.
Members of a Russian-run spy ring are facing lengthy jail sentences now for one of the largest and most complex enemy operations to be uncovered on UK soil. The 3 Bulgarian nationals were found guilty at the Old Bailey of spying on an industrial scale and putting lives and national security at risk. Commander Dominic Murphy is the head of the Metropolitan Police Counter-Terrorism Command, details the threat that they posed.
From everything we've discovered, the threat was quite broad, in fact. So, yes, they were gathering information. It's what you might call lifestyle surveillance against individuals here in the UK. My concern has always been, though, what was that lifestyle surveillance going to lead to? And we have seen a long history of the Russian state conducting operations here in the United Kingdom, including lethal threat operations like the investigation in Salisbury. So deeply worrying about the physical and information challenges created.
Interesting point from Angela this morning. She says, infighting goes on in all political parties. Most people who back reform will still back reform at the next election. It becomes more obvious, though, when it's a smaller party and an insurgent party, but one that is doing so well in the polls. And so it becomes more... The smaller the number of MPs you've got, the more visible any splits are. But, yeah, you're quite right. I mean, how many people in the Labour Party disagree with Keir Starmer? Loads,
Yeah, but they've got a lot of MPs. Yes, exactly, whereas Reform had 5, and now you could say effectively 4. Paul says this was also predictable. It's been evident for some months that Farage and Lowe were heading for a bust-up. Can they recover? I don't know. And I think that's what a lot of people will be asking. Very disappointing, really, isn't it?
Yeah. We shall see, though. We shall see. It's 16 minutes past 6. Now, vast numbers of American tourists head to Scotland year after year, and they're taking an interest in their Scottish heritage, more than ever, apparently.
From setting foot in their clan's castle to sourcing their ancient tartan, some are even enlisting help to scour public records, topping up the economy. Apparently it's having an amazing effect on the economy. They top it up by £1.2 billion in 2023.
Well, our Scotland reporter Tony Maguire has been finding out how our curious cousins from across the Atlantic join the dots on their family tree.
Scotland is a bucket list location for adventurous visitors seeking a historical vibe. The US is home to around 25 million Americans of Scottish descent, and many make the trip to uncover their family history, to the tune of £1.2 billion being added to the Scottish economy. Visit Scotland's Director of Strategy, Kat Lever, says when they arrive in country, Scotland's rich living history engulfs them with wonder.
There is that 38% who specifically come because of this ancestral link, but then when they get here it is about that kind of living, breathing, touching, feeling everything that their ancestors may once have done, so not just the places but potentially tracing their clan links back to a castle or a historic site or even to their tartan, their family tartan.
President Trump is probably the most high-profile American who speaks openly about his Scottish links. His mother, Mary Ann MacLeod, grew up speaking Gaelic on the Isle of Lewis before following her siblings to the United States on the RMS Transylvania one day after her 18th birthday. In fact, genealogy can confidently trace family history as far back as the late 1700s. And around 2/5 of American visitors to Scotland seek those same ancestral revelations, doing so through genealogy services like Kilted Cousins. Yvonne Kavanagh says her clients' excitement peaks when a trip through family history takes an unexpected turn.
They do tend to get quite excited, especially if you find out something quite unusual. For example, on one occasion I found out that one of the great-grandfathers had drowned in Greenock, and when I looked into it a bit more carefully, I found out he was hailed as a local hero in the local newspaper at the time because he'd actually drowned by trying to help somebody else.
Of the 800,000 American tourists touching down in Scotland, a third are repeat visitors and nearly half plan to return in the next 5 years. Pop culture icons like Braveheart and Outlander have definitely played a role, but hundreds of years of shared history will always be the best runway to welcome honorary Scots home from across the Atlantic. Tony Maguire, GB News.
Well, you should just go and visit anyway. I love Scotland.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. All the ruins. We went up to the borders a couple of weeks ago, and we just went around so many ruins, abbeys, houses.
Yeah.
It's
And they are
beautiful.
magnificent, aren't they?
Absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
Definitely worth a trip.
Yeah, definitely worth it for a few days, so that at least one of your days might be nice and sunny. I was very lucky. Went up to Edinburgh a couple of weeks ago.
Oh yeah, you did.
It was cold, very cold, but the sun was wonderful. Lovely, bright sunshine. Edinburgh Castle looked wonderful.
It's always stunning. Now, as Christians across the world observe Lent, we're bringing you daily reflections from ministers around the UK. Here's today's message.
The GB News Daily Reflection.
Hi, I'm Chris Tufnell, the vicar of Uterbridge Parish Church. So much of religion can seem to be about virtue signalling, people trying to show others, and perhaps themselves, that they're good. Recently, I took my car to the garage for a service. Now, this garage usually throws in a free car wash with the service. But this year, the receptionist said, "We're now giving our customers a choice. You can either have your car washed or we'll plant a tree for you. Which would you like, Mr. Tufnell?" Well, I couldn't help but laugh out loud at the moral pressure I was under. I'll let you guess which I chose, but I wonder which you'd have chosen. And even more interestingly, I wonder why you'd have chosen it. Virtue signalling is exactly the sort of thing Jesus criticized in his Sermon on the Mount, the most famous speech ever given, including specifically when it comes to the Christian practice of fasting, which many do during Lent. According to Jesus, his followers shouldn't do good to look good, but out of love for God. Virtue signalling actually grows from a place of anxious insecurity. But anyone who trusts in Jesus is given the status of a child of God, accepted not because of anything we do, but because of what Jesus has done.
Oh, very good. I like the Reverend Tufnell when we had him on over Advent.
Was it? Yeah.
Brilliant. There's a lot to think about in that. Very nice.
Have you given up anything for Lent?
No, I don't do it. I mean, I've never done it, to be honest, because I don't necessarily see the point of doing it.
I suppose it's sort of making some sort of sacrifice, I suppose.
But to what end?
You've given up the beard.
The beard went last night.
Beard. Yeah, last night. Any particular reason, or just had enough?
Had enough. It was only a phase.
It's going down very well with our viewers.
It was, yeah, but anyway. It's just one of those things. So I thought I'd have a clean shave and a new suit.
Yeah, I like the suit.
So there you go.
That's a lovely colour.
If you're listening on the radio, it's
sage. Yeah. It's a very trendy colour, sage.
Which I thought was very bold of me not to go for a blue suit.
No, I think that's lovely. Absolutely.
There you go.
So we approve, don't we? We can get ahead with the day now.
I'm getting too old to care if it's if it doesn't look right now. I just think, well, I like it.
It's
so there you go.
spring-like, isn't it?
Well, there you go.
Which hopefully is a good sign. Here's Aidan McGivern with the weather.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Colder weather arrives next week, but this weekend will actually feel a little warmer with plenty of fine and bright weather, although one or two spots will still get showery outbreaks of rain, most especially as we begin Saturday across parts of northern Scotland, especially Orkney, and then later in the morning into Shetland, and an area of cloud will build across southwest England into parts of South Wales through the morning and early afternoon, bringing some light to moderate showers. Otherwise, for most it's dry, it's bright, and it's a little warmer, 16 to 18 Celsius, or even 19 somewhere like northwest England. Then into the evening, well, we're going to continue to see outbreaks of rain move through Orkney and then push into Shetland, so a damp end to the day in these areas, a lot of cloud as well. But for the rest of Scotland, actually particularly further south, we've got clear skies going into the evening. Northern Ireland, some patchy cloud about, one or two light showers, but mostly dry. And for the bulk of England and Wales, actually, it's clear spells, although some thicker cloud will be remaining across parts of Wales, central and southern England. That cloud coming and going through the course of the night. And because we've also got this keen breeze coming up from the south and southeast, which is a relatively warm wind from the near continent, well, we're going to see frost and fog become much more isolated. In fact, most places will avoid a frost, with temperatures staying at 5 to 9 Celsius. The rain across Shetland tends to ease later in the night as well. So for most, it's a dry and bright start to Sunday. Plenty of fine weather out there. Fairly breezy along the south coast, and the cloud across Cornwall and parts of Devon tends to thicken through the morning. But any showery rain tends to be restricted to the Scillies, perhaps the far southwest of Cornwall. There'll also be outbreaks of rain returning to the north of Scotland. These are the exceptions. For the vast majority, it is another dry, bright and warm day.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Right, still to come for you, we're taking a trip to the final frontier to look at all the space news from the last week.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Will, please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
A new study has found that almost 8 in 10 of Gen Z Brits believe that the romantic poems of Shakespeare, Keats, Barrett Browning and the rest are outdated and irrelevant. Can we re-engage youngsters with such verse? Can the Gen Z audience become infatuated with love poetry? Joining me now is the Professor and Chair of English at the University of Virginia, Andrew Stauffer. Andrew, welcome to GB News. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Michael. Thank you for having me.
What is it that a poet does with language and in love, with language and with love, to express love better than any other way in which it can be expressed?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it is, it's relying on language as being the primary way that we get in touch with our feelings, that, poetry is the language art par excellence. And so it's the assumption that the more we can use our words to talk about our feelings, the deeper, more pleasurable, more available those feelings actually are to us. And so in a certain way, reading poetry, not only we recognize our feelings, we even catch feelings from art, from poems, from songs, from stories. There's a way that even our own most personal relationships are structured by the culture that we have grown up in and that we've been immersed in. And so it really can be an aid, or at least a transformative experience to encounter language, to give yourself words for your own very private feelings that turns out have been felt by other people going all the way back to Sappho and Catullus and Horace and through Shakespeare and through the whole English tradition. So that can be galvanizing as well, really kind of eye-opening to know that you're not alone in your feelings.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now, we want to make your spring spectacular in our latest Great British Giveaway. It's your chance to win, and I don't know why this is the number. I don't think anyone knows why.
No.
But it's £17,777 in tax-free cash. That's not all, though, because you'll also win not one but 2 sought-after designer watches and a designer bag. So if you want to look and feel the part all spring-like Stephen here, here's all the details you need.
You could have £17,777 in tax-free cash to play with this spring. Cash to spend on anything you like. And if that wasn't enough, we're also going to give you not one, but 2 sought-after designer watches and the latest Mulberry handbag. How would winning that sound?
Oh my God, that's brilliant news.
For a chance to win the cash, 2 watches and a designer bag, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB12 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 4th of April. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
It's 6:30 now. It's been a busy week for boffins. A SpaceX rocket exploded over the Caribbean for a kick-off.
Yeah, it was quite frightening, actually, because you could see the debris falling back to Earth just moments after Elon Musk's Starship launched from Texas. The rocket was unmanned, thank goodness, and it was only meant to be in the air for an hour, but it did explode.
Well, let's talk to astrophysicist at the University of Nottingham, Dr. Maggie Liu, who joins us now. I find these sort of things fascinating, Maggie, because when we see disasters on the SpaceX system, Elon Musk is always very keen to point out it's a learning curve. It's not a problem. It's all part of the learning curve.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with him. Like, this was a test flight. As you said, it wasn't manned, so there wasn't any people on board, but there was also no payloads on board. It was always intended for a test. I think it's important to note here how quick of a turnaround from the last explosion. So the 7th test also ended in an explosion for the main Starship spacecraft, right? And so getting around so quickly and being able to get up and launch again is a huge feat, and it's going to make accessing space so accessible if you can do this so quickly over and over again. I also want to note that the booster was actually caught by the arms and the Mechazilla successfully for the 3rd time. So the third time in a row that they've done that, and seeing that is kind of unbelievable that we have the technology to do this.
Yes, I mean, it's a shame that obviously the rocket itself exploded, but as you say, the booster landed perfectly in that extraordinary way. You still can't quite understand how they managed to achieve it. But I guess there were, when NASA first started space exploration, there were all sorts of explosions on the launch pad and everything. The dangerous thing is where the debris falls.
Yeah, exactly. And that is why a lot of these launch sites are made by the sea, so that they're projected, like if anything falls, it will fall into the sea, rather than being built in the middle of the land where it could fall on populated areas. Unfortunately, in this case, that they did have to close off some Florida airports, but a large number of these explosions do happen, and they are expected to fall into the sea.
What else has been going on space-wise this week?
We've had a busy week with space. At the start of the week, we saw Firefly, which is a private company, land their Blue Ghost lander on the moon. It was successful on its first try, and seeing the views over the lunar craters and seeing it land and all the dust kind of coming off as it was making its descent and turning on its thrusters was incredible. And also they sent back this sunrise on the moon picture, which I really loved. That's been great. Just before the SpaceX launch, we had another commercial company, Intuitive Machines, send their lander Athena. Unfortunately, their lander landed on its side. So that wasn't successful. They did get communications with it for a little while and power, and they were able to deploy some instruments, for example, the ice drill that NASA had on board. But the majority of its payloads were not deployed because of the lack of battery, and it's unlikely to come back alive, especially with the cold temperatures on the moon going down to like minus 150 degrees Celsius or so.
It just shows how difficult it still is to get it right. Whether they'll ever get man on the moon again by 2027, I think, was one of the projections. What do you think?
I am really optimistic about it. I think, like, we were able to do it not that long ago, right? We should be able to do it now with the advancement of technology that we've had. And now that it's gone commercial, I think it's much more likely that we'll be able to get to the moon, because in commercial companies, people are not afraid to take risks, as we've seen with SpaceX, whereas the governmental side, like NASA and the European Space Agency, etc., tend to be more less likely to take big risks like this.
OK. Dr. Lou, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. My favourite thing out of it all is with Firefly. In fact, it is another spaceship named after a sci-fi show.
Oh, Firefly, of course.
Yeah, which was a great show, only ran for a couple of seasons.
Yeah, but that's because of the writers' strike, I think it stopped, didn't it? But it was really good. I remember that. Yeah.
Cowboy space.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth a check out if you like these sort of things.
OK, we'll move on, because in a couple of moments, Aidan will be here with all the latest sports news. Don't go away.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
I do think that there is extremities in how this has been approached. With, you can't eat kebabs anymore. The Climate Change Committee isn't talking about banning meat. It's talking about reducing meat, perhaps having some incentives for plant-based diets. It's talking about doing small changes, not phasing out everything, doing small changes to move to a net zero future, a more sustainable future.
How can me not having a lodged on a combat, I don't know, China opening one coal-fired power station a week? Come on, this is pointless.
Well, there is other things that have been advised beyond just, reducing our meat consumption. There's things around the tax around flying and aviation, producing less fossil fuel imports and switching to more renewable power, upgrading the grid. There's a lot of other advisories collectively that moves us towards a net zero future. There is a few, of course, we can go down the route of, they can't eat the kebab anymore, but there's far more other things at play than just the kebab meat.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump, that man again, is just laughing at all this. Drill, baby, drill. You're not telling me that his cabinet are going to chow down on some quinoa. This is a red meat country leading the way, and if we had half a brain about us, we'd be drilling ourselves.
I come from an energy industry background. I work for a data intelligence company, Mapstand, as well. And what we are seeing is that what's happening in America is actually quite short-term thinking. It's not long-term thinking. Whereas in places in China, you're seeing a lot of innovation and green innovation because there is a huge economic opportunity.
Yeah, because they're selling it all to the West and polluting their atmosphere. We're offshoring our carbon footprint, and they're selling the solar panels back to us because we're the mugs.
We're also able to be the producers and also change our own energy so that we can also compete.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
6:39. Aidan McGee's here with the Sport. Morning.
Good morning to you both.
Should we have a look at the Six Nations to kick off?
Yes, why not? I mean, look, there's a phrase in golf which is known as moving day. To you and I, that's separating the wheat from the chaff. And I think today is the day that time arrives in rugby union in the Six Nations. And at 2:15 this afternoon, Ireland face off against France. France they stuttered against England, didn't they? But they missed some chances in that as well. But they scored 141 points in 3 matches, so they have no trouble going forward, do they? As for Ireland, this could be, if they win today, huge incentive for them, and it could be a 3rd Six Nations in a row, having secured the Triple Crown last week. Above all, I think these are the 2 best sides in the Northern Hemisphere. We're just hoping, rather than any result, I think it'll be a fantastic game of rugby, I really do. And then later on today, Scotland face Wales. Scotland should win that, although Wales did show signs of life against Ireland when they played 2 weeks ago, and tomorrow England against Italy. If France win today, Stephen, it opens the door for England, actually, because England were unfancied at the start, but they've gathered momentum, especially with that win over France and the win over Italy last week. And as I say, I do think if Ireland wins today, that's it. I don't see any further barriers, but a win for France opens up not just for France, but for England. And we want to see competition, don't we? We don't want to see it over.
So what about Scotland and Wales, which is also this afternoon?
That's this afternoon as well. Yeah, look, as I say, Scotland are beating the teams they're expected to beat. Wales still have an interim coach, but as I say, they showed real encouragement last 2 weeks ago against Ireland. They put up a better fight against Ireland than anyone else has done so far. And I just wanted to go into the last weekend of the tournament. I really do, because I just don't see it. It's like the Premier League in football. It's almost over now. It's almost over at the bottom of the league. We're not seeing enough competition, and that's what we're all in sport for. We want to see a competitive spirit throughout the tournament, and hopefully that a France win will give us that. But I'm not biased, of course.
Is Emma Raducanu going to get a competitive spirit with a new coach?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is.
So this is another new coach.
I think it's about number 8 or 9.
Good.
So this guy is called Vladimir Pletinic. He is from Slovakia. He previously was approached twice to do the job.
Oh.
And he turned it down both times. He's recently lost his job with Lulu Sun, the New Zealander, who he seems to be making progress with, but she just ended the relationship abruptly. Maybe that's the nature of tennis these days. You just go through coaches. But he previously described coaching Emma Raducanu as coaching suicide. And it's not surprising,
positive, isn't it?
Given how quickly these guys seem to lose their job. But it's a serious situation now, because it's coming up for 4 years, or 3.5 years now, since she had that magnificent US Open win. But it's 5 defeats in 5. She's had ankle and wrist surgery. She had the stalking incident in Dubai 2 weeks ago.
And it was very windy yesterday.
Yes, it was indeed, yeah.
Windy.
So that's what it was.
Oddly enough, it didn't put off her competitor. The wind didn't bother them so much.
No, I mean, I must say, taking on the job of being her coach it's a short-term job, really. No.
Well, it is. I mean, it seems to. I think a lot of people were quite surprised at how much influence her father is having over this, because whether that's a good thing or bad thing, I think it should come from the player, really, because the player has to have the relationship. But it's only on a trial basis so far, so they're going to work together up until the French Open. I think that's probably on his insistence, if he's got any sense about him.
Yeah.
But sooner or later, most of the time when players enter periods of dominance, when they're in the ascendancy, it's because they've had a long and sustained period with a coach, and she just keeps going through them.
Well, she did with her father coaching her.
Yes, that's right.
And then suddenly went into superstardom.
In Bromley. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, when she won it in 2021, rather, the problem with her was that the coach she'd been working with had almost been working with her for on a part-time basis, because she was very young, and then he had to withdraw because the schedule became too much.
Yeah. All right, Aidan, we've got to leave it there, but we'll see you a little bit later on. Before we have a look at the papers, here's the forecast for the top European destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're curious about what the weather's doing further afield, well, across the Mediterranean, there's a lot of unsettled weather at the moment, especially Iberia into the south of France. But for Greece, mostly fine, sunny spells, still a bit of a breeze for the Greek islands. Italy, towards the south, yes, plenty of settled weather, but towards the north and northwest, as well as the south of France, unsettled, but not as unsettled as Portugal, Spain, Gibraltar, Madeira, where heavy showers and strong winds will be continuing through the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is the nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
The secret about pancakes is a really good pan.
Right.
Because what you don't want the pancakes to do is sticking, so you're sort of scooping them out in look like scrabbled pancakes.
Yeah.
I think it's tradition, isn't it? The first one's always a bit rubbish, isn't it?
Mine always is.
That's always the first
yeah.
one goes either in the bin or usually my dad, to be fair. He gets the rubbish first. I'm sorry, Dad.
So it's a consistent, and the pan, a little bit of oil. You just want, and then the heat. It's trial and error.
Yeah. How much
pancakes? Well, you want them quite hot because you want to get this colour.
Yeah.
So you want them hot. And when you flip a pancake, you're going to be tossing the pancake. Whether you are or not, whether it's on the ceiling or wherever.
No, that's too complicated, mate.
But, and not too big a pan.
Yeah.
OK.
You need...
Not a wok.
Not a wok.
No.
Not a wok. No, not
Robert, OK, we have to ask the important question.
Should we get on to toppings?
Well, let's get on to toppings. Yeah. So we've got a few bits and bobs.
Now, Adam's favourite is, in my mind, controversial.
I'm curious what you think, Robert, because I really like strawberry jam.
I'll pass you the jam because that's your favourite.
Yeah. Now, is that in the kitchen?
Your pancakes look almost like scones, so you can...
Well, in this instance,
yes.
this is going to be fantastic.
Some of our viewers have been writing in with theirs. We had someone saying banana and ice cream.
Banana and ice cream, love it. Yeah.
Oh, right, OK.
Yeah,
someone said, now I found this really unusual, and I guess it's the sweet versus savoury debate. Someone said they have vegetable soup.
You what?
Yeah. I don't know if that was serious or not, but, I mean, each their own. I'm going to go really traditional for my first one and have some lemon and sugar.
Robert, what do you have?
Lemon and sugar, for me, on a very, very flat, beautiful, warm pancake that you fold over and then fold over again. So you can almost make them into some sort of crepe Suzette shape.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point.
He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Emily Carver. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Linda's been in touch saying Stephen seems grumpy this morning.
Well, it's very early, to be fair to you.
Also, the beard has gone.
Well, maybe the two are linked.
Maybe it's like Samson.
Maybe. No, to be fair to you, Linda, I did say to you earlier on I have been a little bit grumpy this morning.
You're tired.
But it's I'm very tired. I've got a lot going on at home at the minute with family not being very well and things, and it's just been very busy. So I've been a little bit grumpy.
You can't be grumpy in that suit. It's spring-like.
Lovely, isn't it? It's a lovely
suit. Optimistic. It's lovely.
Anyway, talking of optimistic and lovely, the author journalist Susan Holder is here with the writer and journalist Emma Wolfe. Good morning.
Good
Take us through
morning.
the papers.
Oh, Emma, tell us all about the spies.
Well, may I say, I think this suit actually looks really handsome. Sort of spring handsome. It gives you a tan. The beard's gone. I think, good look.
Thank you.
It matches your eyes. I've never noticed
It does.
that
It brings out the green, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does. It's lovely.
All right. Have we massaged your ego enough?
Yeah, I'm feeling much happier
On International Women's Day. It's all about Stephen. All about Stephen.
That's right. Of course it is. No, look, let's talk about the spies.
Well,
this is the most extraordinary story.
It's this astonishing case, and I found a really interesting link. Rupert Lowe, this Reform MP, who's our lovely Reform MP, who's being investigated by the party, is also the MP for Great Yarmouth. Anyway, this astonishing...
and this has all happened in Great Yarmouth Guest House.
Astonishing case of this Great Yarmouth Guest House, which turned out to be a sort of centre of Bulgarian and Russian spy operations. There were about 6 of these agents, Bulgarian agents, living or working out of this Bulgarian guest house. Great Yarmouth Guest House. They were receiving orders from Moscow.
They're being paid by
several
Moscow,
years,
weren't
paid
they?
by Moscow.
We're seeing pictures of the moment that the police raided them.
Passing on information about all sorts, about a US airbase in Germany.
They had rooms full of kit, didn't they?
Rooms full of
Even
very
drones.
advanced technology. There are sort of cameras on bottles of, you know, Coke and I mean, really astonishing technology. They were also in a crazy love ring. They were all bed hopping in and out of each other's beds. They were all having different affairs with each other.
I haven't read that bit.
Sabotage. No, there's lots of that in the mail.
It's all a bit like a modern-day Profumo, isn't it? A bit Christine Keeler, Mandy Rice-Davis.
Oh, no, it was much, much darker than that. These Russian guys and these Bulgarians are in a very, very complex operation, and they're warning that there is probably a lot more of this going on in the UK.
Should we be surprised by that, though? Spying always goes on. That's what I always think with these things. We've got spy rings in other countries.
Of course, but there's a huge... I think it's a fifth of our counter-terrorism budget is going on trying to uncover this kind of stuff. I think what's interesting, Stephen, is that this is happening in plain sight. This is happening in a street, in a house, in a guest house, apparently, in Great Yarmouth. You just wouldn't know... You don't know what's going on behind closed doors, I suppose.
No. And you just wonder what sort of information were they able to access that would possibly be of any interest to the Kremlin?
Well, exactly. I mean, they were following some sort of key opponents of Putin, but, I mean, that could be anybody in British politics, US politics. It's really, really interesting that there is so much information that they feel is worth feeding back to Moscow.
Yeah.
Weird.
Right, let's have a look at the Express, Susan. Enough is enough when it comes to the post office scandal.
Yeah, it's scandal upon scandal, I'm afraid, because what has made the Daily Express do a two-page article today is the widow of a post office scandal victim who has received a compensation offer days after her husband died, and it's only half as much as he was claiming. And it's just taking so long. It's been 20 years in the making. There were 555 sub-postmasters who won the legal battle against the post office for the Horizon scandal, where they were accused of taking money that they obviously had now been proved they didn't take. It was a computer glitch, it was 2019, and it's still going on. And for this person now, who's from Cheshire actually, Terry Walters, who was 76, who had, obviously in ill health for a long while. They actually even have been asking for reports into his condition and into his stroke to see whether, can we prove that it was the post office that caused this stress, which has delayed it, which is something...
I thought this was all going to be fast-tracked.
Well, that's what they say.
And nothing seems to have happened.
And frankly, whatever was requested should be paid.
Of course.
Let's not dispute it.
It's not. It is being disputed. Alan Bates, who obviously was the person that we never all kind of learned about so much because of the ITV drama, which featured the campaign that he kind of led, has said that it's just ridiculous, and that they're out of touch. The government ministers in dealing with this are out of touch and are not kind of taking any kind of credibility of what these people have been through and what they're still going through. And so the widow has just said it's just absolute knife through her now that days after her husband has died, it's just an insult on top of everything else.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful.
Can we talk about what's happening within Reform UK at the moment? Emma, you've been looking at the Daily Telegraph, which is going big on this.
It is. Well, actually, it's across all the papers. I mean, it is making a story. Reform have been making waves, as they are hitting, in some polls, top billing. Can they recover? Is this going to be all about ego again? And this is really, really sad, I think, because many of us feel... I mean, I certainly really... I think Rupert Lowe's done amazing stuff. He's spoken really, really eloquently, but also giving away his salary, all the stuff that they did. There's only 5 of them, only 5 MPs, and I think they're all pretty impressive. Anyway, this is back to Great Yarmouth. Rupert Lowe, the Reform MP for Great Yarmouth, has actually been reported to the police by the party amid this kind of deepening civil war with his colleagues,
but
notably...
This is disappointing so many people who are really beginning to believe that reform could make the political difference they crave.
Politicians being different. It's an ambition that we don't ever seem to get to, isn't it, really?
It doesn't look good, and yet, as James Price was pointing out, if it needs to be investigated, if something has been done that is, threats of physical violence apparently made to Zia Yusuf, the party chairman, and apparently to also bullying 2 female members of staff, a few.
And that's the bit that's getting lost in all
ago.
this. If female members of staff or anybody else are being bullied, that's what we should be talking about, not whether they're all falling out and whether they're ever going to make it into power.
No. But it needs to be investigated.
Yeah, it does.
Because Rupert Lowe is absolutely rebutting those claims.
All right, you two. We've got to leave it there. We'll see you later on. Thank you.
Right, now let's catch up with the weather.
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Colder weather arrives next week, but this weekend we'll actually feel a little warmer with plenty of fine and bright weather, although one or two spots will still get showery outbreaks of rain, most especially as we begin Saturday across parts of northern Scotland, especially Orkney, and then later in the morning into Shetland, and an area of cloud will build across southwest England into parts of South Wales through the morning and early afternoon, bringing some light to moderate showers. Otherwise, for most it's dry, it's bright, and it's a little warmer, 16 to 18 Celsius or even 19 somewhere like northwest England. Then into the evening, well, we're going to continue to see outbreaks of rain move through Orkney and then push into Shetland, so damp end to the day in these areas, a lot of cloud as well. But for the rest of Scotland, actually particularly further south, we've got clear skies going into the evening. Northern Ireland, some patchy cloud about, one or two light showers, but mostly dry. And for the bulk of England and Wales, actually, it's clear spells, although some thicker cloud will be remaining across parts of Wales, central and southern England. That cloud coming and going through the course of the night. And because we've also got this keen breeze coming up from the south and southeast, which is a relatively warm wind from the near continent, well, we're going to see frost and fog become much more isolated. In fact, most places will avoid a frost with temperatures staying at 5 to 9 Celsius. The rain across Shetland tends to ease later in the night as well. So for most, it's a dry and bright start to Sunday. Plenty of fine weather out there. Fairly breezy along the south coast, and the cloud across Cornwall and parts of Devon tends to thicken through the morning. But any showery rain tends to be restricted to the Scillies, perhaps the far southwest of Cornwall. There'll also be outbreaks of rain returning to the north of Scotland. These are the exceptions. For the vast majority, it is another dry, bright and warm day.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We want to spruce up your spring with an incredible £17,777 in tax-free cash that you can spend however you like. But that's not all, as you'll also receive not one, but two brand new designer watches and a fabulous Mulberry handbag. For a chance to win the cash, 2 watches and a designer bag, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB12 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 4th of April. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Civil war breaks out in Reform UK.
The party suspends MP Rupert Lowe after complaints of serious bullying and physical threats.
But is the row just a clash of egos between Nigel Farage after the MP for Great Yarmouth criticised his leader earlier this week?
It's not Nigel, it is not Rupert's ego that's the problem. It's not my ego that's the problem. There needs to be more introspection by Nigel, Zia Yusuf, Lee Anderson and others.
Russian spies in the UK. Following the biggest investigation of its kind, 6 Bulgarians are found guilty of working for the Kremlin. How worried should we be that there may be others?
Authorities issue a statement on the cause of Gene Hackman's death and that of his wife.
The end to NIMBYism. Councillors are going to be stripped of powers to block planning schemes in an effort to build more houses, offices and factories.
Inspecting the troops, we head to the London Central Garrison as the bands of the Household Division receive their annual ceremonial review.
And ancestry chasing. It's boosting the Scottish economy because apparently American tourists visiting to discover their roots bring in £1.2 billion.
It's a huge weekend of rugby action with France travelling to Ireland for what's been billed as a Six Nations decider. Amid protests tomorrow at Old Trafford, though, boss Ruben Amorim, the Manchester United boss, says hopes he'll be given time to turn United's fortunes around. And in tennis, Emma Raducanu has another new coach.
Colder weather arrives next week, but before that happens, this weekend's looking warm, dry and bright. Find out all the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ann Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Spotted this in the Star this morning. I just think it's hilarious. There's a British collector. He's a 32-year-old called Sam Rowell. And he's a collector of Sinclair C5s.
Oh,
remember those?
I do.
1985?
Must have been, yeah.
The electrified little personal buggy things.
Sinclair C5.
Anyway, he owns 60 of them.
What? That's where they've gone.
Yeah, he owns 60, but hilariously, I think, he runs a C5 parts and repair shop.
Well,
he probably owns them all.
I would have said there can't be many more that were made.
No. How many people own a C5 and need it repairing? But if you do, head to Felixstowe, because that's where Sam Rowell will repair it for a very reasonable cost.
1985, you were right.
Yes, I remember it well, and I actually remember it featuring on Tomorrow's World. Yes, and I also went to Pontins, I think it was, in about 1990, when C5s were actually used to carry staff around, and I got to have a go one myself.
I mean, the C5 would have worked if everybody had downsized their cars. But in fact, car production went the other way, didn't they?
Yeah, and plus you couldn't travel fast enough in one.
No, but if everybody was travelling slowly, wouldn't it have been a much nicer world if we were all in our little personal C5s?
I mean, so, yeah, it's a good idea, but obviously...
They didn't even have a roof, you'd have got wet.
It was an absolute flop, but a very famous flop. But anyway, 60, owned by Sam Rowell. I just thought it was interesting. It's the repair shop. How much business does he do?
Yeah, if you own a C5, how do you get it repaired? Now you know.
Right, there you go. Let's have a look at politics, should we? Reform MP Rupert Lowe has been suspended from the party amid allegations he made physical threats against the party chairman, Zia Youssef.
Mr Youssef confirmed that the party had also received complaints from 2 female employees about serious bullying in Mr Lowe's parliamentary and constituency offices.
Well, Mr Lowe released a statement saying he was disappointed but not surprised to learn of what he called false allegations. He also said the allegations of bullying at his offices are actually not about him.
Well, let's talk to James Price, former political advisor. A lot of people are finding this so disappointing. But then if there have been complaints, they do have to be investigated, don't they?
That's right. It is very disappointing for Reform supporters. They're doing so well.
They're riding high in the polls. I think at the moment they top every opinion poll. And so to see when that is so in their grasp with other parties perhaps taking their time, if you're the Conservatives, to reform yourself with a small r, and the government obviously floundering on so many different fronts. The timeline of this is what's key here, though. Rupert Lowe did an interview with, I think it was the Daily Mail, where he gave the most gentle, mildest, I would say constructive criticism. He praises the Reform leader, Nigel Farage, to the hilt, and then says, can we build on this? Can we get a better team? All this sort of stuff to keep growing, which is obviously going to be crucial for them. And bang, the next day, these complaints come in for events that happened many months ago, which smells fishy to some of us.
It's interesting what people are making of this. Sharon's been in touch. She says, I feel thoroughly let down by the infighting in Reform. They're letting the public down. I'm losing hope for the country. But Don says it's a Reform storm in a teacup.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, though, because Rupert Lowe is, if you're on Twitter all day like I am, you know this guy because he does so well with the kind of engagement that he gets on the tweets. Is that being pumped up by Elon Musk? That's a fun conspiracy to think about, perhaps. But he's obviously not nearly as well known to the public, say, as Nigel Farage is. There's even some hinting now that former Farage supporters, one Raheem Kassam, saying, the more I've asked people in Reform, I don't think Nigel knows anything about this. And so there's another twist in the scale there. And so is it about the Reform's very controversial chairman, Zia Youssef, who's kind of come from almost out of nowhere, has taken a big grip on the party? Is it this sort of infighting that's going on there with him as well?
I suppose the big question is, can they survive this and still go on growing? Because they're doing so well.
They are doing so well. And these are the kind of growing pains that a party would need. You've got 5 members of parliament right now, and they've all got quite different ideas and beliefs. I think it would be fair to classify Rupert Lowe here as a sort of old school, I wouldn't want to go so far as perhaps call him a Thatcherite, but he's got some pretty robust views that I certainly agree with an awful lot of what he says. Very sensible views on the economy, sensible views on cutting the horror of mass migration, very sensible views on reforming public services. When you've got maybe someone like Lee Anderson, who's got a different set of views, you've got Farage, what does he think? He's changed his views over the years. So getting the ideology right and turning those into policies, it's always going to be difficult. When you clash personalities as well, it makes it much harder.
Of course, the issue with all of this is that it wouldn't matter if it was a bigger party. If this was going on in the Labour Party, nobody would be that bothered.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the scale that Reform will have to win by if they are going to win the next general election, to go from 5 MPs to sort of 330 odd, you're going to see an enormous influx of people coming in who've never been in politics before. Now, a lot of people would say that's probably a damn good thing as well, given the way that professional politicians have made such a horlicks of both parties for a long time. But you remember in 1997, when the scale of New Labour's victory was so big, you had people like Peter Mandelson sat on the telly going, who are these people? And that was the Labour Party. So Reform, you're going to need to scale, which is the hardest thing to do either in business or in politics, keep that level of quality and stop this kind of petty infighting. But the biggest winner right now is definitely going to be Keir Starmer.
Yes, and that was the problem, in that there are only 5 of them. And so it looks personal. Whatever one says about the other looks deeply personal and therefore, really not very easy to watch. Whereas if it happened within the Labour Party or even the Tories, that's expected. They can all fall out and nobody sees it.
That's right, yeah. The Labour Party is a place where you can make enemies for life, right? And Reform had tried to promise to be different and not do that kind of politics as usual. I guess the difficult thing is because they're arguing, in politics in general, you're arguing about things that are so important, right? People writing into GB News this morning, the future of the country may well be at stake in getting these things right. So it does matter. It elevates these things to such a high level. And in the kind of the horrible swamp that is Westminster, this stuff gets more difficult. So can they professionalise and get past this? Maybe. I don't think it's going to end up with either Rupert Lowe and this chairman figure, Zia Youssef, staying in the party. Maybe there's some kind of schism, one of them gets scapegoated, but it'll be an interesting story to run for a while yet.
Can I throw something different at you? Just because one of our viewers has been in touch, Matthew. No, not Matthew, Luke.
Oh, about Lindsay Hoyle.
About Lindsay Hoyle, Mr. Speaker, to you and I. He's on the... I mean, there's all this concern about his expenses. £250,000 luxury travel bill of common speaker paid for by you.
Apparently when he flies, he always flies first class and takes an inordinate amount of luggage with him.
And staff and all sorts.
And he's got all the robes that he's got to pack in the right way.
Well, I imagine he has, actually, but... I mean...
But he's spent more in however long he's been in position than John Bercow did, who was obviously controversial, in his entire tenure, apparently.
It is an interesting story. I think the problem that you've got is that these numbers can look very big. On the grand scale of public spending, it never touches the sides. And I think that in general, politicians are so poorly paid here that we end up getting poor quality politicians. In Singapore,
Mr. Speaker's not badly paid.
No, that's true. But again, is it him or is it the kind of the dignity of the office? I'd like for all politicians to be more mindful of taxpayers' money than most of them are.
First-class flights to Australia, £33,000. VIP limousine service, $4,400. Five-star hotel in Canada, £900 a night. I'm just surprised. I mean, I've known Lindsay slightly on the off, and he's such a nice man. But is the office gone to his head?
It's good work if you can get it, isn't it? If you look at somewhere like Singapore, they pay their Prime Minister $1 million a year, and then they don't get any expenses or anything else. And their Transport Secretary in Singapore, who was on sort of 900k, he took some complimentary tickets, I think, to watch the Formula One or something, ended up in prison over it. So, you give them big salaries and then stop any of this kind of nonsense. Maybe that's the future, and then you get higher quality politicians overall, because goodness knows at the moment we're paying peanuts and we're getting monkeys.
I don't know, he strikes me as a very good speaker, doesn't he? He's lovely in plain speaking, which I think most people like. It just depends on how many of those flights and how many of those journeys went with the job.
Yeah, yes, that's a very good point. And if it's the dignity of our Parliament, England known as the mother of parliaments, and going and spreading democracy, although I suppose if you're mentioning Australia and Canada, their democracies are pretty robust for now.
Yes, and Gibraltar, likes to go to Gibraltar a lot, which I don't blame him for, but they have a very decent democracy as well. Anyway, James, thank you very much indeed. Let's have a look at our poll of the day today. We're looking at reform. Will the Rupert Lowe row do permanent damage to the party? Oh, we've got a result in already. So far, 38% of you think it will. 62% of you don't think it will. We'll bring you results throughout the day. Final results in Nana's show later. If you want to take part, go to gbnews.com/poll.
Now, it's 12 minutes past 7. Ahead of a summer of royal pomp and pageantry, there's going to be a lot of it, British troops have been brushing up on their parade skills to make sure that all the planned ceremonial events go without a hitch. May and June will see hundreds of servicemen and women involved in celebrations around, of course, the 80th anniversary of VE Day. Now, GB News was given access to the Foot Guards and bands of the Household Division as they marched onto Wellington Barracks Parade Ground, that's next to Buckingham Palace, for their annual inspection. Cameron Walker was, of course, there.
Summers started early for the Household Division, donning their red tunics a few weeks before the clock change for an annual inspection, making sure they're ready to represent Brand Britain on the world stage.
So make sure on that mark time the knees are fully up straight away.
For weeks, guardsmen have waxed their boots, polished their buckles, bearskins groomed and cleaned. Exceptional attention to detail. Here's Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Foynet, Brigade Major of the Household Division.
It may seem that what we're doing here is a million miles away from what fighting soldiers do in the field, but these are fighting soldiers. Discipline, attention to detail, really are the hallmarks of a decent soldier.
All this at a time the Prime Minister's considering sending peacekeeping troops to Ukraine. The Princess of Wales's regiment, the Irish Guards, were first onto the parade ground at Wellington Barracks, followed by the Coldstream Guards, trooping their colour this year in front of the King and celebrating their 375th anniversary.
Show off the hard work of the last couple of
money, so getting ready for this. Make sure you show yourselves off.
It's these guardsmen who could be welcoming President Donald Trump during his unprecedented second state visit to the UK. And some of them will be taking part in commemorations this summer, marking 80 years since the end of the Second World War.
I just wanted to express, on behalf of the nation, my heartfelt gratitude for the extraordinarily valuable contributions and personal sacrifices that you and your families continue to make in the name of duty.
The King takes his role as head of the armed forces very seriously. Earlier this week, he visited British aircraft carrier HMS Prince of Wales, calling it a powerful emblem of the Royal Navy's strength. And his household division will show its strength during the King's birthday parade in June. But beneath the pomp and pageantry, battle-ready soldiers are always on guard in an uncertain world. Cameron Walker, GB News in London.
I'm looking forward to the 80th anniversary of the day and all of the.
But you want a bank holiday, don't you, around it?
I do, and they haven't done anything about it yet, have they?
No, they haven't. And I know I keep trying to put the other side and saying, well, bank holidays cost us a lot of money and it's now the time to do it. But I actually think it would be quite nice.
It would be lovely. I mean, it would put everybody into the sort of right mood.
And we need to celebrate.
Yeah, we really do. Really? And remember. OK, it's exactly 7:15. Shall we have a look now at some of the other news stories coming in today?
Well, at least 12 people have been injured during a shooting at a pub in Toronto. 4 victims have non-life-threatening injuries. The extent of injuries to the rest not known at this stage. Toronto police say the suspect was wearing a black balaclava and fled in a silver car, but still hasn't been found.
Meanwhile, authorities in the United States have confirmed that the Hollywood actor Gene Hackman died of natural causes a week after his wife Betsy also died from natural causes. That was a virus in her case. It's been claimed that Hackman was not aware his wife had died because he had very advanced Alzheimer's. Their bodies were found in their home in New Mexico last week, along with the body of their pet dog.
And members of a Russian-run spy ring are facing jail terms for what's been called one of the largest and most complex enemy operations to be uncovered on UK soil. 3 Bulgarian nationals were found guilty at the Old Bailey of spying on an industrial scale, putting lives and national security at risk. Commander Dominic Murphy, who's head of the Metropolitan Police Counter-Terrorism Command, detailed the threat that they posed.
From everything we've discovered, the threat was quite broad, in fact. So, yes, they were gathering information. It's what you might call lifestyle surveillance against individuals here in the UK. My concern has always been, though, what was that lifestyle surveillance going to lead to? And we have seen a long history of the Russian state conducting operations here in the United Kingdom, including lethal threat operations like the investigation in Salisbury. So deeply worrying about the physical and information challenges created.
Now, isn't there a funny rumour going around that the weather is meant to be better than Tenerife or something?
Ibiza.
That would be nice.
But at 20 degrees, one of the papers says it's sizzling. I don't think 20 degrees is sizzling.
No, but it could do with a bit of good weather. Shall we find out where it's going to be like or what it's going to be like where you are? Here's Aidan McGivern.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Colder weather arrives next week, but this weekend will actually feel a little warmer with plenty of fine and bright weather, although 1 or 2 spots will still get showery outbreaks of rain, most especially as we begin Saturday across parts of northern Scotland, especially Orkney, and then later in the morning into Shetland, and an area of cloud will build across southwest England into parts of South Wales through the morning and early afternoon, bringing some light to moderate showers. Otherwise, for most it's dry, it's bright, and it's a little warmer, 16 to 18 Celsius or even 19 somewhere like northwest England. Then into the evening, well, we're going to continue to see outbreaks of rain move through Orkney and then push into Shetland, so a damp end to the day in these areas, a lot of cloud as well. But for the rest of Scotland, actually particularly further south, we've got clear skies going into the evening. Northern Ireland, some patchy cloud about, 1 or 2 light showers, but mostly dry. And for the bulk of England and Wales, actually, it's clear spells, although some thicker cloud will be remaining across parts of Wales, central and southern England. That cloud coming and going through the course of the night. And because we've also got this keen breeze coming up from the south and southeast, which is a relatively warm wind from the near continent, well, we're going to see frost and fog become much more isolated. In fact, most places will avoid a frost, with temperatures staying at 5 to 9 Celsius. The rain across Shetland tends to ease later in the night as well. So for most, it's a dry and bright start to Sunday. Plenty of fine weather out there. Fairly breezy along the south coast, and the cloud across Cornwall and parts of Devon tends to thicken through the morning. But any showery rain tends to be restricted to the Scillies, perhaps the far southwest of Cornwall. There'll also be outbreaks of rain returning to the north of Scotland. These are the exceptions. For the vast majority, it is another dry, bright and warm day.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, would you like to make your spring spectacular?
My what?
Your spin.
I would like to win £17,000 and 777. Sorry, £7. Yeah, it's a very difficult number to say, but basically this is your chance to win, and we don't know why it's this particular number.
No, it's intriguing, that.
Yeah. Why would it be 4 sevens in a row?
I'm trying to work it out. 17,777.
What does that stand for?
I don't know. Someone needs to tell us.
There'll be a reason, and we don't know. We don't get told this. Anyway, the point is you could win it in tax-free cash.
Yeah, but not just that. Actually, 2 sought-after designer watches. 2. And a designer bag. So do you fancy that? Here's how you enter.
You could have £17,777 in tax-free cash to play with this spring. Cash to spend on anything you like. And if that wasn't enough, we're also going to give you not 1, but 2 sought-after designer watches and the latest Mulberry handbag. How would winning that sound?
Oh my God, that's brilliant news.
For a chance to win the cash, 2 watches and a designer bag, text cash to 63232. 1 entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB12 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 4th of April. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, I have asked AI what's the significance of 17,777, and AI doesn't know either.
No. It did say, though, it's a heck of a lot of cash.
It is, and very, very nice if it's tax-free. Right, still to come, Yanks, or Americans, are falling head over heels for Scotland. That's coming up next.
I'm Simon Evans, and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
So many people I know this applies to. We are terrified of driving in that because you're literally getting blinded now. What's going on here?
You are. I'm going to be a little bit contentious, though, and say that
bright headlights have actually come about in order to make roads safer. Because if, like me, you've had experience of driving older cars, you'll know just how appalling the older style headlights can be. And in fact, you can't actually see very clearly the road ahead. So the new xenon and LED headlight technology actually stemmed from a racing background when cars were racing at night in order to make the roads brighter. Now, I'm not saying that it's not a problem for drivers, but I do sort of think that, this possibly could be part of the whole culture of people liking to have something to complain about. And they kind of need to learn, and I think this really should be part of the driving test. You need to learn how to drive at night and not to look directly into the headlights that are coming towards you.
But the RSC survey also shows, Amanda, that it suggests that there's been at least 200 road accidents which could be directly attributed to people being dazzled by the light. So that can't be good.
No, exactly. And I mean, I'm not belittling the accidents, and I'm certainly not belittling the people who have problems, particularly things like cataracts, which can really be a problem for nighttime driving. And it is a really serious problem when it comes to safety, admittedly. But again, I just feel that, bright headlights actually essentially make the road safer. We've got far more people travelling on the roads these days than we've ever had at any point in history. And so by virtue of the fact, we are going to see these numbers rising because, of course, there are going to be more people who are going to be dazzled by the headlights.
The People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Nana Acquia. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now it's 25 minutes past 7. Huge numbers of American tourists are visiting Scotland year after year because they're really interested in trying to find out more about their own Scottish ancestry.
Yes, apparently they're setting foot in their clan's ancient castle, to sourcing their tartan. Some are even enlisting help to scour public records. And all this is topping up the economy by more than £1 billion, certainly in 2023.
Well, our Scotland reporter, Tony Maguire, has been finding out how our curious cousins from across the pond join the dots of their family tree.
Scotland is a bucket list location for adventurous visitors seeking a historical vibe. The US is home to around 25 million Americans of Scottish descent, and many make the trip to uncover their family history, to the tune of $1.2 billion being added to the Scottish economy. Visit Scotland's Director of Strategy, Kat Lever, says when they arrive in country, Scotland's rich living history engulfs them with wonder.
There is that 38% who specifically come because of this ancestral link, but then when they get here, it is about that kind of living, breathing, touching, feeling everything that their ancestors may once have done. So not just the places, but potentially tracing their clan links back to a castle or a historic site, or even to their tartan, their family tartan.
President Trump is probably the most high-profile American who speaks openly about his Scottish links. His mother, Mary Ann MacLeod, grew up speaking Gaelic on the Isle of Lewis before following her siblings to the United States on the RMS Transylvania one day after her 18th birthday. In fact, genealogy can confidently trace family history as far back as the late 1700s. And around 2/5 of American visitors to Scotland seek those same ancestral revelations, doing so through genealogy services like Kilted Cousins. Yvonne Kavanagh says her clients' excitement peaks when a trip through family history takes an unexpected turn.
They do tend to get quite excited, especially if you find out something quite unusual. For example, on one occasion I found out that one of the great-grandfathers had drowned in Greenock, and when I looked into it a bit more carefully, I found out he was hailed as a local hero in the local newspaper at the time because he'd actually drowned by trying to help somebody else.
Of the 800,000 American tourists touching down in Scotland, a third are repeat visitors and nearly half plan to return in the next 5 years. Pop culture icons like Braveheart and Outlander have definitely played a role, but hundreds of years of shared history will always be the best runway to welcome honorary Scots home from across the Atlantic. Tony Maguire, GB News.
Now, you see, I think Tony's been shooting that on his drone as well.
Oh, yes. You have to have a drone nowadays, don't you?
He's drone qualified now.
Is he?
Yeah. And you get these amazing shots. Beautiful, if you're listening on the radio, beautiful shots around Edinburgh Castle.
Yeah,
Absolutely
but also,
stunning.
as you were saying earlier, that there are ruined castles all over. The further north you go, in some absolutely amazing spots.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. Well worth a trip if you're one of those people who think, I haven't been to Scotland for decades.
Oh, yeah, it's
Have
lovely.
a little trip up there. Really lovely.
Particularly as the sun's beginning to come out a bit more now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, do stick around with us, please, because Aidan's coming up next with all the sport.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Last week, Christie's Auction House in New York announced that it was holding an auction devoted solely to art created with artificial intelligence. Nearly 6,000 people have signed an open letter calling on Christie's to cancel the sale over concerns that the technology behind such AI art pieces exploits human artists and can potentially violate their copyright. And there are broader ethical questions at play too. Where do the boundaries of art lie? With me now is James Thomas from Martin Stanmore Auctions. James, very good to see you indeed. I don't quite see how you can have art without a human being. I mean, art to me is something which is produced by a human being which expresses something about the human condition. To me, that cannot be produced by a machine. How do you react to that?
I agree completely with what you're saying there. I think for us at Martin Stanmore, we're very much about sort of getting behind artists in a traditional method.
I sometimes say to my team, I've got a piece to camera to do now. Find out what AI would say that I would say. And, of course, what it comes up with. It doesn't have enough knowledge about what I've just experienced, so it's not a perfect example. But it certainly gets the tone. And, therefore, I mean, I'm completely replaceable. I mean, the next series that I do...
Say that.
Well, thank you so much. The next series I do of Railway Judges, you could perfectly well have an avatar and AI producing words that sound like mine.
It is very scary. It is very scary. And I think for collectors and investors, it's a bit scary for them too. I mean, a lot of our collectors at Martin Stanmore that we speak to, they very much prefer things that come from traditional artists, not just sort of blue chip works, but also up and coming artists.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Ellie Costello, and thank you so much for joining us here on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, it is 7:32. Let's have a look at the sport with Mr. McGee. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you both.
What's going on with Ruben Amorim?
Well, it's not...
Because it's made a very odd comment.
He has made an odd comment because... Well, he just said that he's comparing his progress at Man United, which has been stunted, to say the least. He took over in November. This is probably why he wanted to take over this summer, because there were clear problems at the club. He wanted the summer to be able to sort it out. Taking over mid-season, you inherit somebody else's problems and you've got to deal with them instantaneously. Yes. They're 14th in the league. So he's just said that you have to admire what Mikel Arteta at Arsenal did. He went in there 5 years ago, he dealt with the big egos in the dressing room, and now they're seeing the rewards of that. but in my situation, I won't get the time to do that. So he's basically kind of, it's a negative comment.
Very defeatist.
It is a defeatist comment for somebody who's been in the job for 3 months. I just don't think if you're a Man United fan, given everything they've been through in recent years, you're looking forward to a new era, I don't think you want your manager to say that.
No, it's not the sort of thing he should say publicly.
And he said a few other things recently which suggests to me that he has grave reservations about this job. Maybe it's too big for him, I don't know. He hasn't said that openly. Maybe he's just taking tough decisions, and sometimes that involves saying a few negative things here and there, you know, a few home truths. And he's also, you could argue that by removing Marcus Rashford from the club, maybe he's dealing with the egos as well, dealing with problems inside the club. But that's just part of the problem at Man United. They have a protest plan tomorrow by a group called 1958, who are a group of supporters who want to see change at the club. They believe the club is slowly dying at the hands of the majority shareholders, the Glazers. They've not seen much improvement from the Ineos group, who've gone in there and taken a stake in the club. I mean, they've gone in there and...
No, I mean, I thought Ineos were meant to... and what's his first? They're meant to shake it all up and...
Well, they were. I mean, it's funny because they...
put back on paper clips, but that's...
So, yeah, I know, yeah. Sellotape as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, the club is certainly stationary, that's for sure. That's for sure, certainly in the league.
You're a dear.
I do. So, Radcliffe went in there taking charge of the football side of things. So the Glazers were happy with that because he was expedient from that point of view. He paid a lot of money to take control of the football side of things. And the Glazers' aggro came from what happened on the pitch. That's the only criticism they got. And there's the debt as well, which is quite significant. But Radcliffe seems to have gone in there he's made some changes on the pitch, although he gave a new manager a new contract and then promptly sacked him. But as you say, most of the changes we hear about are about cuts to jobs and cuts to the stationery budget.
Which, again, is very negative.
Well, it is. I mean, how much money you save? I mean, saving on the food in the canteen they reckon he's going to save £1 million a year. That's not even the wage of a squad player.
No,
in fact, nowhere near it. And the problems are on the pitch. So there are protests tomorrow. They're playing Manchester United. Amorim says all we can do is play well on the pitch and try and get a result. But nonetheless, I mean, you know, they're, as I say, 14th in the league. They've got a big Europa League tie later in the week in the second leg against Real Sociedad. And if they win the Europa League, it's a tall order, but they could conceivably qualify for the Champions League, and that would make the season automatically a success in spite of everything that's gone before. Yeah. But it's troubled times for Manchester United. This fixture, United and Arsenal, used to be the one we look forward to every single year, and now, while Arsenal have improved in recent years and they've become title contenders, Man United nowhere near the mark.
Yeah, that's tomorrow, isn't it?
That's tomorrow, yeah, indeed.
What's happening today?
Today, well, news of Bournemouth. Oh, no, that's tomorrow, actually. Bournemouth are playing tomorrow, and we'll be pleased to know. We've got Forest against Man City at 12:30. First out of the blocks, Manchester City and Forest vying for a top four place. I think there's a good chance that both of them will get it. But nonetheless, a few people will be keen on that. We've got Brighton against Fulham. Liverpool at the top of the league, looking unassailable at the moment. They face Southampton at home. And I wonder whether, given how home and hose they are at the top of the division, although they're not saying that, and they're playing the worst team in the league by a long way, Southampton. So I wonder if they'll rest players and give some of the reserves a bit of a run out. They should still be able to beat Southampton because they've got big deals ahead in there, or big challenges ahead in the Champions League in the next couple of weeks. That might happen. And as I say, some really exciting ones tomorrow. But I want to touch on Stuart Pearce as well. Health scare at 30,000 feet. Now, this was a Boeing 7879, and it was diverted mid-flight over to Canada because he seemed to have some kind of problem with...
He was flying from Britain to the States?
No, he was flying from Vegas to Heathrow. He's a huge rugby league fan, and he'd been to see Wigan and Warrington play.
Right,
he's football legend. He's well into rugby league, and he went to see that, and he came back, and he seems to have suffered some problems on the train. He was wired up to heart monitoring equipment.
So they had to divert the flight to Canada?
They did, to St John's in Canada. Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. Really big deal. And that's a big plane. That's a big deal.
St John's is Newfoundland, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So it was a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, Virgin. As I say, it's a big deal, that. And he was shifting and looking uncomfortable in his seat, according to the report on the front of the Sun.
One of the passengers said he looked as though he was in a lot of pain.
Yes, he was. He was trying to find comfort in his seat. He was with his partner as well in the economy seats. And, as I say, he was diverted.
In the economy seats?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised at that. Good on him.
I was a little bit surprised as well. It's difficult to find comfort in those anyway, isn't it?
Just what I was going to say.
Stuck in with all the rest of us in cattle class.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not you. Yeah.
No, I was, yeah.
But they diverted the plane.
Yeah, they did. He was met by medical services there. He's still in hospital now. This happened on Monday, so we hope he's all right. I mean, absolute legend of the game. He's 62 years old, 78 caps for England. Missed a penalty at Italia 90 famously, and then atoned for it 6 years later when he scored that fist-pumping penalty against Spain in the quarter-finals of Euro 96, a tournament most of us remember quite well. So everyone here at GB News wishes him well for a speedy recovery.
We certainly do. All right, Aidan, we'll see you a little bit later on. We're going to have a look at the papers in a minute, but before that, let's have a look at the forecasts for some of the top European destinations.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Colder weather arrives next week, but before that happens, this weekend's looking warm, dry and bright. Find out all the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain's newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
I watched the video yesterday with Meghan Markle announcing this relaunch. What did you make of the video?
It's constantly this rebranding thing that's going on, which is quite interesting. We've had different kind of, way back to Sussex Royal at the very beginning. Here we've now got this new lifestyle series that's coming out. Obviously, she's got this new brand that's going to go alongside it. It's very difficult because royals, as we've said many, many times before, this is not something royals typically kind of do. And obviously these are no longer, if you like, working members of the royal family, but still, Prince Harry, as I keep saying, is a senior member of the royal family. So it's quite a kind of uncharted territory that they're going into. And as I said, this is a bit of a disaster because everything they seem to kind of do when it comes to branding, it just doesn't seem to work.
They seem to really be struggling to find their purpose in the US. Do you think that's fair? I mean, Prince Harry, of course, has got the Invictus Games, which is just the most wonderful thing that he has set up. But it appears that they're not obviously part of the royal family anymore in terms of working royals. They're not senior working royals, but not able to make it in the business world yet either.
You're right, Elliot. I think the Invictus Games is definitely the kind of saving grace. That's the thing that everybody kind of admires and respects them for. But then it's when they keep going back into this kind of celebrity branded lifestyle. I don't think anyone's really that hugely interested. As you said, in the States, you kind of hear people are for them, people are against them. I think most people would rather that they went kind of doing this. I think we've said this so many times before that, as members of the royal family, they should continue down that line and going into this kind of business world. It just, I think I'm right in saying historically with royals and kind of business, it doesn't really work.
GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, we're looking through the newspapers now with Susan Holder and Emma Wolfe. Thank you very much for coming back. It's difficult to know where to start because either we're going to talk about reform or Meghan. And,
Your call, Anne.
I know. Well, thank you very much. All right, well, let's touch on reform because I know so many people watching at the moment are so dedicated and very disappointed that the news isn't looking good at the moment.
Yeah, and not to overstate this, but it's sort of sad from every perspective, except, of course, if you're Labour and you're probably rubbing your hands with glee. But no, it does look like...
Tories, to be fair.
Yeah, and the Tories, I think Labour at the moment are really, and the Tories, you're right, really gleeful. This is this kind of deepening civil war that seems to be opening up in the party. They've only got their 5 MPs. Rupert Lowe is one of their, notable MPs, gives his salary to local causes and all of that. He seems to have had a bad falling out with Nigel Farage. He has now been reported to the police for an investigation into possible physical violence threats towards the party chairman, Zia Yusuf, and also possible allegations of bullying to 2 female members of staff. He completely refutes the allegations. He says there's absolutely nothing in it. You know, why was this not looked into months ago? But yeah, and I suppose Reform and the Chief Whip, Lee Anderson, of this parish, has withdrawn the whip. So Rupert Lowe will now be sitting as an independent. And of course, they feel they need to investigate. But it does come, as James Price was saying, it does come only a few days after quite open criticism of Nigel Farage's leadership and the structure of Reform from Rupert Lowe. So that's where we are.
You see, it's interesting with all of this, because we certainly know a lot of you who get it, certainly the people watching and listening who get in touch on your say, are often very pro-reform.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people getting in touch this morning who may well be pro-reform, but are quite anti the leadership this morning, and which is interesting.
It is.
And that's a worrying dynamic for Nigel Farage.
It is. There has been criticism of his leadership. Of course, he's a really popular figure for many, but he's also quite divisive. And I think there's been other criticism. Do you remember Ben Habib talking about similar things? And I think people are starting to realise, you know, Reform followers, Reform members are starting to look at whether it works, whether the, you know, the structure, the funding, the way the party is structured is actually working, and whether that is fair or right for Nigel to almost be a one-man band when you have other talented MPs.
But all of the Reform MPs are very large characters, aren't they?
Yeah.
In their own right, you know, they're not there by chance. They've got very big personalities, which is presumably why they won their seats.
But, you know, a week is a long time in politics, as we know.
True.
And they've got a long way to go before they need to kind of face the public properly and find out really what people think. And so this could all be very in the dim and distant.
I tell you what, local elections, though, aren't so far off, and whether it would impact that or not, I don't know.
I tell you what, should we talk about Meghan Sussex?
Yes, I mean, she does give us light. You've got to praise her for that, haven't you? We can get a bit of light relief with Meghan, can't we? And her pretzel twiddling, which I think... Have you not seen it?
No,
she twiddles some pretzels at one point. She takes pretzels out of one bag and puts them in another, which I'm not quite sure what that helps us with. But yes, so her new With Love Meghan programme, which has been recommissioned for a second series already, probably because we keep on all talking about it, so we're playing very much the Netflix game here, and I'm as guilty as anybody because we are talking about it. But what the Sun have gone big on today is the fact that the Variety magazine, which has kind of long been someone that they thought they could probably rely on for a bit of support, the Sussexes, have railed against her, and in their review have said, With Love Meghan is made with a great deal of love, in the sense that the greatest love of all is the one that a person has for herself.
Oh, dear. Ouch.
But a couple of things I noticed watching the clips that I've seen. One was the way she turned on her friend Mindy when Mindy dared to say, oh, I don't think people know this about Meghan Markle. And she went, of course, I'm not Meghan Markle. I'm Meghan... My name is Sussex now, and it's the name I share with my children. Which shows me that she doesn't know what her name is.
Yeah, but friend Mindy said, "Oh, I didn't know that, but now I know. I'll happily call you
I think Mindy's not going to know much more. I think Mindy's out, isn't she? I mean, you could see the fear in her eyes.
And that was the most famous person. That was the most famous guest. We were just saying a few years ago you would have had Oprah Winfrey on that. I mean, Meghan's really scraping the bottom of the barrel to get her famous friends.
Go on.
To be fair to her, she is properly allowed to be known as Meghan Sussex.
But it's not her... She claimed it was her family name. Her family name is Windsor.
Well, it's about Mountbatten Windsor, isn't it?
It's the fact that she made a point of it.
And she made a point of it.
Yeah. With on camera, in front of her friend,
kept it in
took
the
her
edit.
down and kept it.
And with a smile, but with a look of, how dare you.
But, you know, it is William Wales and all the rest of it. And, you know, it was all Harry Wales.
But he doesn't call himself William Cambridge when he was the Duke of Cambridge. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're going into detail on that in a way. But it was the steely look she gave her. It's funny that you should say that, thinking it's not funny at all. But what I'm more disappointed with, I think, in looking at it is, I remember when she first came along, and I remember when she got married, how much I was one of those who thought, this is amazing.
Me too,
What a great breath of fresh air. And I remember seeing the footage of her when she was an 11-year-old girl, when she took Procter & Gamble to task. She wrote a letter to Procter & Gamble and had them on sexism because there was a TV advert in America advertising washing up liquid and it was saying mothers of America. And she was like, why are you only saying the why has it got to be the mothers who do the washing up? And here, did she really think this is where she was going to end up? Back in the kitchen, showing us all how she creates all these little kind of delicacies with love to show her love to everybody. Is that the best? That really, I think she's got so much more potential than that. I find it disappointing on International Women's Day that this woman who is articulate and experienced and has done loads of charity work has put herself back in the kitchen and twiddling pretzels. I think it's a shame.
No, but there's nothing wrong with doing a cookery show if she wants to actually cook.
If you're a cook.
But this is just silly fakery lifestyle stuff, you know, arranging fruit and then calling it a rainbow platter, which everyone else calls a fruit salad. You know, I mean, really, sprinkling lavender on your house guests' towels. I mean, let's have a little bit more than that. I think people are really objecting to the smugness, the fakery of it all.
It is fake.
You know, the kitchen, even the kitchen is not her own. This thing about, this is where Mama cooks. Well, A, it's not where Mama cooks, and B, don't refer to yourself as Mama in the third person. That is really quite close to making me feel sick.
Yeah.
But yet
very charitable.
Good for trying.
For a second series.
All leaves a bad taste in the mouth, which is not what you want from a cookery and lifestyle.
No, very true. Oh, dear. Right, Gene Hackman. Emma and his wife Betsy. I stayed up to watch it last night. It's fascinating to get this news conference where it turns out actually they both died from natural causes, but a week apart.
Yeah, really, really sad. What a sad end. They'd been married 30 years, actually. It appears that his wife, Arakawa, died a week. So around the 11th of February, she is thought to have died. She was in her 60s. She is thought to have died of... Sorry, Betsy's her first name. Yeah. She's thought to have died of a rare virus. I think it's called
respiratory illness.
Respiratory, Hunter pulmonary syndrome, which is a disease caused by exposure to infected rodents. And then it's thought that Gene Hackman died about a week later, on the 18th of February, around then, from quite advanced heart disease and also very advanced Alzheimer's. It may be that he wasn't able to... You know, it's not even clear whether he knew that she had died, that she passed away, or whether he was able to cope and take medication and things like that on his own.
If he had have known she'd have died, he would have done something about it. The fact is, life just seems to have carried on for him one way or another.
Well, we don't know what he was aware of.
No, we can't know that, but we can know that with somebody of 95 with advanced Alzheimer's, without someone there caring for them and looking after their medication and making sure that they're OK, doesn't last very long, and that is the tragedy.
He hadn't eaten, apparently, his stomach was empty.
Because he wouldn't be aware of what he should be doing, possibly, which is terrible.
It's so lovely to hear the details of them in their local community. I think we should kind of focus on their last years rather than this really tragic and sort of quite unpleasant ending. But they were sort of, they were at the farmers' markets and he was painting and she was a classical pianist. And people in Santa Fe loved them. Really, they were part of the community.
It just makes me worry really that, he had two daughters and why they didn't seem to be in touch with him and why they jumped to the conclusion straight away without having had any contact with them that they must have died from...
Two people dying in a short period of time in the same house of natural causes does seem the most unlikely kind of explanation at first looking, doesn't it? Now they've been able to... Thank goodness.
But to announce it as they did was very odd.
Very strange.
All right, let's change tack slightly because I want to know why we're all going to take our clothes off and...
Are you veering towards the...
And head down to Suffolk, to Lowestoft, go to the...
Well, yes, forget Great Yarmouth. Lowestoft's where it's all kicking off. So it's all happening down in Norfolk. So since 1979, there's been a beach called Corton Beach, which has been popular with naturists. Now, it doesn't say it is an official... Yes, I can tell you. I'll Google it for you later. It doesn't say it's an official one. There are actually 43 official naturist beaches in the UK. And this one's been very popular, and people have gone. Apparently, if you're not a naturist nudist, whichever one it is, I don't think there's much difference between them.
Anne is googling the beach.
You're a textile.
I want to see pictures.
there is a picture. Can I show the picture?
Oh, yeah.
There we go. I'll show you the picture.
Beach bums,
And I've never heard you so delighted. It's a man's bottom.
It's a long time.
But yeah,
tell me about it.
So the row started because the parish council, of course, has put up a sign saying we don't encourage no lewd behaviour, and the naturists have all taken offence to this, saying there is no lewd behaviour, we're just naked, and there's nothing weird about that. Discuss. That is the kind of conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, if there has been anything kind of dodgy going on, then obviously that shouldn't. But just
proper naturists are always very adamant that it's not a sexual
correct.
thing.
And it has been used by both textiles and naturists since 1979, but now they have taken the sign down as well because of the outrage. But yeah, and actually some of the naturists are saying, well, at least it's put this beach, Cordon Beach, on the map, so to speak.
That's glasses on, Susan.
Yeah, I know, Cordon Beach. I won't put my glasses on for the picture.
I'm a great believer in all of this, of just thinking, if you're not doing anyone any harm, let people get on with it. What difference does it make? You might not like the idea of going to a nudist beach yourself.
But you don't have to.
Don't go there.
No.
Don't go there.
I think for most of us, though, it's not being naked ourselves that puts us off. It's everybody else being naked. I wouldn't mind it myself. Swimming naked as well.
That's wonderful.
That feels quite appealing. But having to deal with lots of other people naked, I'm not sure I'm keen on.
Yeah, I mean,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Is that harsh?
No,
I don't want to be harsh.
It's not harsh, but it's just if that's what they want to do, let them get on with it. I haven't got a problem with that. Really, don't want to necessarily go and join in.
No,
but I haven't got.
But then you don't have to. Nobody's making you, I suppose.
No.
It's that moment, isn't it?
It's the most wonderful stretch of beach, I will say.
I did an image search. I don't know what. I think Google's let you down there a little bit.
Well, Google has let me down. Maybe they consider the photographs of naturists lewd.
Right, we'll see you later on. Let's go check on the weather.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Colder weather arrives next week, but this weekend we'll actually feel a little warmer with plenty of fine and bright weather, although one or two spots will still get showery outbreaks of rain, most especially as we begin Saturday across parts of northern Scotland, especially Orkney, and then later in the morning into Shetland, and an area of cloud will build across southwest England into parts of South Wales through the morning and early afternoon, bringing some light to moderate showers. Otherwise, for most it's dry, it's bright, and it's a little warmer, 16 to 18 Celsius, or even 19 somewhere like northwest England. Then into the evening, well, we're going to continue to see outbreaks of rain, move through Orkney and then push into Shetland, so a damp end to the day in these areas, a lot of cloud as well. But for the rest of Scotland, actually particularly further south, we've got clear skies going into the evening. Northern Ireland, some patchy cloud about, one or two light showers, but mostly dry. And for the bulk of England and Wales, actually, it's clear spells, although some thicker cloud will be remaining across parts of Wales, central and southern England. That cloud coming and going through the course of the night. And because we've also got this keen breeze coming up from the south and southeast, which is a relatively warm wind from the near continent, well, we're going to see frost and fog become much more isolated. In fact, most places will avoid a frost with temperatures staying at 5 to 9 Celsius. The rain across Shetland tends to ease later in the night as well. So for most, it's a dry and bright start to Sunday. Plenty of fine weather out there. Fairly breezy along the south coast, and the cloud across Cornwall and parts of Devon tends to thicken through the morning. But any showery rain tends to be restricted to the Scillies, perhaps the far southwest of Cornwall. There'll also be outbreaks of rain returning to the north of Scotland. These are the exceptions. For the vast majority, it is another dry, bright and warm day.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
You could have have £17,777 in tax-free cash to play with this spring. Cash to spend on anything you like. And if that wasn't enough, we're also going to give you not one, but 2 sought-after designer watches and the latest Mulberry handbag. How would winning that sound? For a chance to win the cash, 2 watches and a designer bag, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB12 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 4th of April. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Tom Pickup, host of the Really 007 podcast. Hello, Tom. Thank you very much for joining. I've just been singing Live and Let Die to myself for some random reason. So what's going on here, then? Is Bond going to be changed forever? I mean, Barbara Broccoli was pretty hands-on and tough with what happened to that.
Yeah, you've got to think that this goes back to 1962 when it all started with Sean Connery and Dr. No. Her father, Cubby Broccoli, got the film rights and began the franchise and the movie character we all know as James Bond. So it's a big change. It was always going to come to an end eventually. Barbara took over pretty much when her father died, before GoldenEye, when Pierce Brosnan was the new Bond. But she's really had all the control with her half-brother, Michael G. Wilson, who's the other producer on Eon, since then, since 95, really. And they didn't cast Pierce Brosnan themselves. That was Cubby's casting. Their real casting was Daniel Craig. And I think now that that chapter has come to an end, and whether you liked it or not, it had a very definite ending, maybe that's been part of the reason where they think they'd rather spend their time in retirement doing something else. It's time to pass it on. And they've got a ready-made partner already in Amazon.
Is it going to get a little bit woke, though, Tom?
I've no idea, but all I know is that Jeff Bezos obviously is head of Amazon. He's already put a tweet up or on X saying, "Who do you want as the new James Bond?"
Oh, okay.
So he's already including the fans, which I suppose is a good thing. Whether or not we'll have a say, we don't know. But I think what it'll be is what people want, what people on the outside see as James Bond, not necessarily super fans like me.
The People's Channel.
Good morning. Civil war breaks out within Reform UK.
The party suspends MP Rupert Lowe after complaints of his serious bullying and physical threats.
But is it really just a row over egos between Nigel Farage and the MP for Great Yarmouth, who criticised his leader earlier this week?
It's not Nigel, it is not Rupert's ego that's the problem. It's not my ego that's the problem. There needs to be more introspection by Nigel, Zaya Yusuf, Lee Anderson and others.
Russian spies in the UK. Following the biggest investigation of its kind, 6 Bulgarians are found guilty of working for the Kremlin. How worried should we be about them and others?
Also today, authorities issue a statement on the cause of Gene Hackman's death.
Inspecting the troops, we head to the London Central Garrison as the Bands of the Household Division receive their annual ceremonial review.
Now, ancestry chasing is boosting the Scottish economy. American tourists visiting to discover their roots brings in more than £1 billion.
And it is British Pie Week.
Guess you'd forgotten.
Yes. We're going to be joined by Phil the Pieman, whose family-run bakery specialises in quality handmade pies.
And it's also Crufts Week, of course. Who's going to be crowned top dog? We'll get the latest from Birmingham, where Jack Carson is standing by.
It's a huge weekend of rugby action, with France travelling to Ireland for what's been billed as a Six Nations decider. Amid protests tomorrow at Old Trafford, meanwhile, boss Ruben Amorim hopes he'll be given time to turn Manchester United's fortunes around. And in tennis, Emma Raducanu, surprise, has another new coach.
Colder weather arrives next week, but before that happens, this weekend's looking warm, dry and bright. Find out all the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast. I don't think I've ever made a pie.
Haven't you?
No, have you made a pie?
Yes, I've made pies.
Oh, I've made things like shepherd's pie with mash on the top.
That's not
That's
a
not
pie.
a pie. What is it if it's not a pie?
Well, it's not really a pie.
Yeah, it's a pie.
It's not a shepherd's pie. It hasn't got any pastry.
Well, yeah, it doesn't need pastry. A pie, the principle of a pie is building.
A pie doesn't need pastry.
I don't
Get
know.
out.
Actually, I've made an apple crumble. Now, is that a pie?
No, it's a crumble.
Oh, well, then I really haven't made a pie.
No, it's got to have
it's
got to have proper pastry, short crust pastry.
Oh.
I'm good at short crust
Are you?
pastry. You've got to have very cold hands.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, learned it off my grandma.
Yeah, warm, too warm.
They are warm. No, you have to. I shove them under the tap for
Yeah.
a good couple of minutes before I start working the butter in.
But, I mean, the fact that we're celebrating National Pie Week means that, you know, pies are on the up, are they? I mean, certainly these sort of designer pies.
Yes.
Aren't they? They are.
I'd say so.
Oh, yeah, but you're into your weird designer stuff.
No, not really. My dad used to make them. He used to make apple pies, shepherd's pies, not shepherd's pies, meat pies for the residents in the care homes.
Onion.
And they would last for years. Not years, days.
Is a peach cobbler a pie?
Has it got a, is it surrounded by pastry?
No.
No, then it isn't, no. No.
Well, when the pieman comes in, I'll ask him, because he'll know.
I've got an official definition of a pie here.
Oh.
According to the traditional definition, a pie must have pastry.
No.
It
On
is
the
a
top.
key component forming both the base and the top. These pies, they call them a pie, especially you go to a pub and they give you a pie, and it's basically a dish of stew with a puff pastry lid on.
Yes.
That's not a pie.
That's clever.
It's not a pie.
I did a piece with my previous job at Arsenal. There's a massive pie shop there. It's called Piebury Corner, named after Highbury Corner. And they did a roaring trade, and they had the entrance to it was the old turnstiles from the old Highbury Stadium. So they're quite popular, and it's a good way. You see them a lot of football grounds because it's a good way to personalise their food because they can put a little badge on there.
Oh, I see.
I might put one in.
Is a Cornish pasty a pie? That's got pastry all the way around it, isn't it?
Well, it's it's like a portable pie, isn't
Yes, it is. Yeah.
All pies are portable, aren't they?
Oh, no, because some are big.
You never made a big pie?
Yeah, I made a big pie, but it's portable.
There must be a pun about pie controversies, but when the pie man comes in, we'll put all these very deep questions to him.
Go on, James Price, we're going to talk to you about politics in a minute. I can see he's busting a gut to get in on
Oh,
this.
these ideas are all just pie in the sky, aren't they?
Excuse me, I'm in charge of the gags on this desk, all right?
Right, you can both leave. We'll do the rest of the show without you. Anyway, we are talking politics. Reform MP Rupert Lowe suspended from the party amid allegations he made physical threats against the party chairman, Zia Youssef.
Mr Youssef confirmed the party had also received complaints from 2 female employees about serious bullying in Mr Lowe's parliamentary and constituency offices.
Well, Mr Lowe said he was disappointed but not surprised to learn of what he called false allegations. He also said the allegations of bullying at his offices are not actually about him.
Well, James Price, as you know, is with us now. It is difficult to know what to think at this stage, isn't it? I think a lot of people are very confused because obviously if there have been complaints, they have to be investigated. But also complaints can just be chucked about and smear somebody's name and maybe ruin a relationship within the party.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think Rupert Lowe has been very clear already on social media last night and indeed this morning, as you say, that the allegations in his offices are not even about him, so maybe one staff member to another. And this idea that perhaps he's threatened this very controversial chairman, Zia Youssef. I mean, you can't really be the kind of anti-woke party and then complain when you have a bit of an argy-bargy with each other.
Why is he controversial?
I think a lot of people have said that he's come out of almost nowhere, has brought up a chunk of the party, has started, Ben Habib, often of this channel, was kind of forced out as a result of some of that, and that people are speculating that he's behind a lot of this controversy. And some Farage outriders are saying, actually, Nigel's nothing to do with any of this. He's probably news to him. He doesn't know about it, giving him perhaps some wriggle room to back whichever side looks like is going to win. And that's kind of, I suppose, the nature of argy-bargy party politics that Reform will have to get used to.
Except argy-bargy politics is fine, but when you're a very small party in parliamentary terms, but you're topping the polls in the country, all this becomes highly, highly magnified.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it looks this morning, as I just mentioned, that Rupert Lowe has put out another message saying this is all very silly, we don't need to do this, let's sit down properly, Nigel, and talk through it together, which shows the kind of experience that Rupert Lowe's got in previous lives in sport and in business, running big organisations, that airing all of this dirty laundry, as we saw with the Zelensky-Trump bust-up a week or so ago, is not the way to do this. And that Lowe, I think, understands that this is potentially really damaging for the party, and that if they can sort it all out and move on, then that shows perhaps the kind of maturity that you need. You need to be able to bury the hatchet in these sorts of parties and not let things fester for years and decades.
I was watching Michelle Dewberry's show last night here on GB News, and I was particularly affected by some of the people who were emailing in, say they were devastated. I mean, you could hear the shock and disappointment in their emails, saying that they were just devastated because they were really looking to Reform to do exactly that, to reform politics and maybe even form the next government, and are now so disappointed that it seems to be falling apart. That's their dream falling apart.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the big winner from this will be Keir Starmer's Labour Party. We've all seen how dreadful they've been. OK, I'm one of the most partisan people out there. Even I didn't expect Labour to be as dreadful as they've been thus far. But probably the only way they've got to keep their majority going is if there isn't some kind of realignment on the right. And Zia Yousaf, as I mentioned, has been viscerally anti the Conservative Party and talk about wanting to destroy the Conservatives. It looks like Rupert Lowe has been a bit more conciliatory, has had some decent interactions with, for example, Robert Jenrick, who came runner-up in the Conservative leadership contest. And unless polls change, they are at the moment Reform topping, but the Conservatives are a little bit behind and Labour there too. Uniting the right, as it were, and Reform, some people in Reform might disagree with them being on the right, but I certainly think they're anti-socialist. That kind of unity of the anti-socialist, anti-Labour Party is the way to kick Keir Starmer out. And if that is jeopardised by this, of Reform collapsing or more infighting going on, it's only the Socialists and Labour who win.
Is it just teething problems?
That's a great question. I think that's probably part of it. As you say, a small party, they yet to have a kind of coherent philosophy behind them, which might sound a bit highfalutin, but philosophy is what leads to your policies and how you get things done. There's going to be a lot of these disagreements over the next few years. What do you do about the NHS? What do you do about education? Who spends what money where? All these sorts of issues. That is the bread and butter of politics. And if you can't work that out in a constructive manner, then you're never going to get anywhere. And you're going to be like rats fighting in a sack, which is what nobody wants apart from Keir Starmer.
You alluded to Trump v Zelensky. Maybe they're finding a way to do a business with each other after all that terrible, awful controversy. But, I mean, if they can do it, maybe Reform can do it too.
Yeah, that's a great point as well. And I think that's what Rupert Lowe looks like he's coming out this morning, having all this stuff thrown at him. It's obviously really unpleasant. Anybody in any walk of life who's had some kind of spurious accusation made at them, it's a horrible feeling.
Yes, but we've got to be careful.
This is a good point.
Because it might not be spurious. I mean, someone messaged in before and said innocent until proven guilty. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. However, if allegations of such a nature are made, it's right they're investigated, isn't it? And it's probably right that a whip would be removed.
Potentially, given how serious they may or may not be. I think the concern is about the timing of all of this. Rupert Lowe, the MP in question, came out with the mildest of criticism. I thought it was pretty constructive, useful criticism that was full of praise for Nigel Farage. A day later, some accusations from many months ago, from last year, emerged. And for some people, that smells distinctly fishy.
OK. James, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, goodness, they certainly always provide us with things to talk about, don't they, Reform? Well, all politicians do. Which brings us to our poll of the day. So it's the ultimate question, I suppose. Will the Rupert Lowe row do permanent damage to Reform? So far, 31% of you think it will do permanent damage. 69% more optimistic, you don't think it will be permanent. We'll bring you the live results throughout the day. Make sure you stay tuned. Final result in Nana Akwea's show a bit later on. And for everything you want to know about our polls, just go to gbnews.com/poll.
It's a very long time until the next election. However, it's not very long till the next set of local elections, where reform need to do well, actually, to, excuse me, get a proper grounding, if you like. Whether it will impact that or not, I don't know.
People tend not to vote for a fractured party.
No.
So they're going to have to mend fractures, aren't they?
And pretty quick PDQ to get it all sorted out. I think it's one to watch. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of days. I think there'll be some movement on this.
Now, ahead of us, there is a summer, hopefully a summer, of royal pomp and pageantry. British troops have been brushing up on their parade skills to make sure that all the planned ceremonial events go ahead without a hitch. May and June will see hundreds of servicemen and women involved in celebrations around the 80th anniversary of VE Day. And GB News was given access to the foot guards and bands of the Household Division as they marched onto Wellington Barracks Parade Ground, which is next to Buckingham Palace, for their annual inspection. Our royal correspondent, Cameron Walker, joined them.
Summer's started early for the Household Division, donning their red tunics a few weeks before the clock change for an annual inspection, making sure they're ready to represent Brand Britain on the world stage.
So make sure on that mark time the knees are fully up straight away.
For weeks, guardsmen have waxed their boots, polished their buckles, bearskins groomed and cleaned. Exceptional attention to detail. Here's Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Foynet, Brigade Major of the Household Division.
It may seem that what we're doing here is a million miles away from what fighting soldiers do in the field, but these are fighting soldiers. Discipline, attention to detail, really are the hallmarks of a decent soldier.
All this at a time the Prime Minister's considering sending peacekeeping troops to Ukraine. The Princess of Wales's regiment, the Irish Guards, were first onto the parade ground at Wellington Barracks, followed by the Coldstream Guards, trooping their colour this year in front of the King and celebrating their 375th anniversary.
Go off the hard work of the last couple of months of getting ready for this. Make sure you show yourselves off.
It's these guardsmen who could be welcoming President Donald Trump during his unprecedented second state visit to the UK. And some of them will be taking part in commemorations this summer, marking 80 years since the end of the Second World War.
I just wanted to express, on behalf of the nation, my heartfelt gratitude for the extraordinarily valuable contributions and personal sacrifices that you and your families continue to make in the name of duty.
The King takes his role as head of the armed forces very seriously. Earlier this week, he visited British aircraft carrier HMS Prince of Wales, calling it a powerful emblem of the Royal Navy's strength. And his Household Division will show its strength during the King's birthday parade in June. But beneath the pomp and pageantry, battle-ready soldiers are always on guard in an uncertain world. Cameron Walker, GB News in London.
Lovely.
It'll be grand to see them, doing their, what do you call it?
Square bashing?
That's it, yeah. They're so good at it, aren't they?
It's a lovely part of our heritage. And, of course, all countries sort of do that sort of thing, but we do it best.
And when the King was talking about his choice of music, and we saw the footage of the Household Division band playing, and that's
Bob Marley. We were playing Bob Marley.
And it went really well with a big band, didn't it?
But I just think it is a really, really lovely sort of thing. So good on, well done, lads and lasses, and they will have worked their socks off for that as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy. Playing an instrument and marching at the same time in
formation.
Thank you, that's the word. How hard must that be?
Oh, terrible.
Especially when you're playing the clarinet or something and you've got that little thing with the music.
Yeah, how do you see where you're going?
How do you see where you're going at all?
And how do you know when to breathe? No, it's all these sort of things that matter.
Fabulous.
But honestly, with the fact we do it well is brilliant. Quick one from Ian, who said it's about reform infighting. It's a good point. He says there's no such thing as bad publicity. They're becoming better known to the wider public. Well, there can be a lot in that, Ian.
Well, we're certainly talking about them, aren't we?
Yeah, there you go. Right, it's 16 minutes past 8. Let's have a look at some of the other key stories this morning.
And it's basically breaking news within the last few hours, because we're told that at least 12 people have been injured during a shooting at a pub in Toronto. 4 victims have non-life-threatening injuries, and the extent of the injuries to the rest wasn't known. Toronto police have said that the suspect was wearing a black balaclava, was seen fleeing in a silver car, and, more importantly, is still at large.
Now, authorities in the States have confirmed that the Hollywood actor Gene Hackman died of natural causes around about a week after his wife, Betsy, died from a virus, hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. It's claimed that Hackman probably wasn't aware that his wife had died. He was shown to have had severe Alzheimer's, advanced Alzheimer's. Their bodies were found in their home in New Mexico last week, along with the body of one of their dogs.
Members of a Russian-run spy ring are facing lengthy jail terms for one of the largest and most complex enemy operations to be uncovered on UK soil. The 3 Bulgarian nationals were found guilty at the Old Bailey of spying on an industrial scale and putting lives and national security at risk. Commander Dominic Murphy, who's head of the Metropolitan Police Counter-Terrorism Command, details the threat that they posed.
From everything we've discovered, the threat was quite broad, in fact. So, yes, they were gathering information. It's what you might call lifestyle surveillance against individuals here in the UK. My concern has always been, though, what was that lifestyle surveillance going to lead to? And we have seen a long history of the Russian state conducting operations here in the United Kingdom, including lethal threat operations like the investigation in Salisbury. So deeply worrying about the physical and information challenges created.
Right, it's been lovely this week, hasn't it?
So far.
Bit chilly, but just nice when you get out about in the sun.
When you're in direct sunshine, it's nice and warm. The minute you go in the shadow, you realise that it's still only March.
However, spring has sprung, I think. Should we see if it's going to continue to
spring near you?
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Colder weather arrives next week, but this weekend we'll actually feel a little warmer with plenty of fine and bright weather, although 1 or 2 spots will still get showery outbreaks of rain, most especially as we begin Saturday across parts of northern Scotland, especially Orkney, and then later in the morning into Shetland, and an area of cloud will build across southwest England into parts of South Wales through the morning and early afternoon, bringing some light to moderate showers. Otherwise, for most it's dry, it's bright, and it's a little warmer, 16 to 18 Celsius or even 19 somewhere like northwest England. Then into the evening, well, we're going to continue to see outbreaks of rain move through Orkney and then push into Shetland, so a damp end to the day in these areas, a lot of cloud as well. But for the rest of Scotland, actually particularly further south, we've got clear skies going into the evening. Northern Ireland, some patchy cloud about, 1 or 2 light showers, but mostly dry. And for the bulk of England and Wales, actually, it's clear spells, although some thicker cloud will be remaining across parts of Wales, central and southern England. That cloud coming and going through the course of the night. And because we've also got this keen breeze coming up from the south and southeast, which is a relatively warm wind from the near continent, well, we're going to see frost and fog become much more isolated. In fact, most places will avoid a frost, with temperatures staying at 5 to 9 Celsius. The rain across Shetland tends to ease later in the night as well. So for most, it's a dry and bright start to Sunday. Plenty of fine weather out there. Fairly breezy along the south coast, and the cloud across Cornwall and parts of Devon tends to thicken through the morning. But any showery rain tends to be restricted to the Scillies, perhaps the far southwest of Cornwall. There'll also be outbreaks of rain returning to the north of Scotland. These are the exceptions. For the vast majority, it is another dry, bright and warm day.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Oh, go on, read it out.
Stephen and Anne are just like a pair of old women. Rather like Les Dawson's Sissy and Ada. I'm not sure which ones they were.
Sissy, I remember Sissy.
But nowhere near as funny.
Oh.
How do you breathe and march and play an instrument? Get real. OK, thank you very much for that.
I mean, I think it's a legitimate question,
I think it's a very legitimate question. And interesting as well. But
Yeah,
there you go.
There you go. On the plus side, I liked Sissy and Ada. They used to talk over the fence. When Les Dawson...
Those two, yes, that's... Yeah. Oh, brilliant, Les Dawson.
There you go. Right. Now, we want to make your spring spectacular in our latest Great British giveaway with your chance to win, wait for it, £17,777 in tax-free cash.
You'll count every pound note, won't you, to make sure it is 17,777.
Yes.
But anyway, you'll also win not one, but 2 sought-after designer watches and a designer bag. If you want to take part, here's how.
You could have £17,777 in tax-free cash to play with this spring. Cash to spend on anything you like. And if that wasn't enough, we're also going to give you not 1, but 2 sought-after designer watches and the latest Mulberry handbag. How would winning that sound?
Oh my God, that's brilliant news.
For a chance to win the cash, 2 watches and a designer bag, text cash to 63232. 1 entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB12 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 4th of April. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, still to come, a very happy International Women's Day. We're going to be hearing about the initiative launched for female entrepreneurs. That's coming up next.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello there now. Today is International Women's Day. It's an annual commemoration, if you like, aiming to celebrate women's achievements across all aspects of life.
Do you think it matters?
I find it surprising we still need an International Women's Day. But then maybe there are some parts of the world that really do need the emphasis.
I think there's some parts of the world, I don't know about the UK necessarily. You always get people say, well, what about International Men's Day? And there is one, apparently.
Every day.
Don't know when it is.
They always have
every day.
The retort to that is every day is International Men's Day.
Is it?
No, it isn't, is it either?
Anyway, speaking on a visit to RAF Norfolk on Thursday, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, met women personnel in the armed forces.
Well, it's fantastic at RAF at Norfolk to be able to meet with women personnel in our armed forces on our front line. International Women's Day is an opportunity to celebrate how far we've come, but also as a government, and for me personally, as the first ever female Chancellor of the Exchequer, to redouble our efforts to ensure that we have opportunities for women, which is why we are going further and faster on childcare and breakfast clubs to help parents, but particularly women, balance work and family life.
Someone else who is raising women up today is Alison Cork, who's part of an accelerator programme for female entrepreneurs. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Rachel Reeves said it again, didn't she, about herself? She's the first ever women's Chancellor.
Yes.
Do you think she should be blowing that trumpet all the time?
I think it was probably OK to blow it once or twice, but we've heard it now, and I think, you know, sometimes it can be the opposite of the effect that she's trying to create by banging on about it all the time. So yeah.
I mean, have we reached, or are we at least approaching a point where we don't care? I mean, there was a story a couple of days ago about the fact there are now more female doctors in the UK than male doctors, only by a couple of hundred or whatever. But I said at the time, I don't care. As long as someone's qualified and can do the job, I don't care. That's a positive thing, isn't it?
I think it depends what sector we're talking about, and I'm interested in female entrepreneurship, and there the numbers are still really interesting. You know, only 1 in 4 businesses is owned or led by a woman. And for me, that's a really pragmatic thing, which is we make up half of the country's population. How can this country's economy fire on all its engines if half of the population are not firing on theirs?
OK, well, I can hear people at home say, because there are a lot of women who are bringing up a family.
100%.
And that's a job,
yep.
You know.
100% it is, mother of 2 children, but there are women who are returning to the workplace, you know, maybe post-50, their children have grown up, they're thinking, we'd like to get back in there and do something. There are a lot of women who'd like to start a business, but we're still underinvested in. You know, women find it harder to raise money, and when they do raise money, they get given less. So there are some disparities there.
That's the key then, because, again, people will say, well, maybe these women don't want to run a business. They don't want to take the risk, start this all up. But if you're saying the ones who do want to do it aren't getting the same investment as men in the same position, then that's a problem.
Yeah, and the problem really is because most of the people in the business of lending money and making those decisions tend to be men. Only 2% of VCs are women. So what we're really trying to do, and what, you know, my National Women's Enterprise Week is all about in the Accelerator, is banging the drum and making noise. And sometimes I think you have to just keep saying something over and over and over again, and then eventually it's repeated back to you.
I was just thinking
that's my mantra.
The way most of us come across entrepreneurs, if we're not already in the business like you are, is through watching a programme like Dragon's Den. And they clearly struggle to find female entrepreneurs to be on the panel, don't they? And they're definitely outnumbered by the men.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing?
the fact that they struggle. I personally know a lot of absolutely fantastic female entrepreneurs. You know, I know thousands of female entrepreneurs, so I know that we're out there. But what women are less good at is pushing themselves forward. And it is that old thing of, you know, if there's a job application, a man will look down the list of 10 requirements and see he's got 3 and I'm going for it. And a woman will say, well, I've only got 9. And also, a woman putting forward an application, which is really interesting, will take far longer to put the application in. So generally speaking, women are more considered, they're more cautious, and this all plays through into business. You know, less likely to borrow huge sums of money, less likely to be talking about the exit before they've entered the business. Men are great at talking about, I'm going to exit at this amount, and actually it's like, no, why don't you just start the business and make some profit?
But the interesting thing is, of course, one thing we do know women tend to be better at is organisation, multi-skilling, all these sort of things. It's all the sort of traditional things we think women are better at, which for a CEO, whatever, is actually what you need.
It's absolutely what you need because, you know, women are CEOs of their home. But interestingly, to go back to the stats, female businesses, female-led businesses, give better returns on their investors' money than male-led businesses. So, you know, we are better at it. That's a fact.
Gosh, well, that's a message to get out.
Yeah, totally.
To your investors. So, I mean, you talk about the accelerator. How does it work?
Yeah, so I founded... So to go back a couple of steps quickly, I founded something called Make It Your Business, which is a nationwide networking system. This was about 10 years ago now. And then I was sort of being curious again and looking at days that we have to celebrate things. And I thought, we've got a day to celebrate hedgehogs, we've got a day to celebrate beer, but we don't have a day to celebrate women and women in business.
No, we've been celebrating pies all week.
Well, I'm with you on the pies. Yeah. But no, I thought this is absolutely crazy. So I looked again and again, and sure enough, there was no national day to celebrate women in business. There was one in America, unsurprisingly. So I thought, well, I'm not going to be cheap and tight. I'm going to take a week, not a day. So I founded National Women's Enterprise Week. And at the core of that, to get to the serious stuff, is this accelerator, which is 3 days, a really intense experience where we hold a nationwide competition. We get start-ups and scale-ups, female-led, to apply. We pick 10, they come to London, and we put them through this really rigorous incubator experience where they are mentored and tutored by people who are experts in marketing, in finance, and crucially in pitching. So that when your moment comes and you're standing up there and asking for money, you are unapologetic, you are powerful, and you come out of that room with the money that you deserve.
And that's great. I just wonder how much of a dent entrepreneurs have taken with business rates at the moment, with if they were lucky enough to get to a scale where they're going to have employees, the fact national insurance, all these costs are going up. Is that having a big impact?
Well, interestingly, I had a conversation yesterday with an accountant who was speaking about their clients, saying that it's had a considerable impact on people's confidence, the way in which they're not scaling their business for sure, but they're actually withdrawing. They're pulling their business back to a manageable, smaller level where they can control the costs. So that is really, really worrying. But, you know, again, with my entrepreneurial glass half full mentality, it's like that it's even more important that we fight back and that we use all the resources we've got, and women are a great resource, to build new business. We have no option. We can't just sit here and let the economy retract. We have to do something about it. And there is this huge untapped potential in women to run successful businesses, and that's what this is all about.
I must say, that's so true. I know so many women who say, oh, I'd love to do that as a little business. Yeah. Never actually get on with it.
Yeah. And Anne, you're absolutely right. And I always say, for me, it's about the acorns, not the unicorns. You know, there might be 5 unicorn businesses in this country every year, and that's great. But there are hundreds of thousands of acorns, those little businesses. They might be kitchen tabletop businesses. They might only make £500 profit a month or whatever, but they are absolutely making a difference to the life of that person. And I care about those people.
Oh, brilliant.
Alison, good to see you this morning.
Thank you for having me on.
Indeed.
Wow. Well, there you are. That was worth it, wasn't it? OK, somebody else will be worth it is Aidan, who's coming to tell us all about the sport in just a couple of moments.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Dubes & Co. Weekdays from 6 p.m.
We often ponder the state of the nation. So this story then really caught my eye. A head teacher who some people have dubbed, I quote, the head teacher from hell. He's caught the press attention because he has a school in Wales. He's now looking at introducing Saturday detentions. He says that we have to stop mollycoddling kids and start to bring back good old-fashioned discipline.
We are fed up with kind of being soft on discipline. We are fed up of hiding behind words like well-being and safe spaces. There has to be a consequence to an action, and that's what we're trying to instill at Caldecott.
And tell me about the parents of some of these kids, because I would argue that much of the breakdown in society does come now. You see these kids on public transport, they don't have earphones in, they just listen to their music, they've got no respect for their elders. I know I sound like an old fuddy-duddy, but it all seems to have kind of broken down, and then I find myself, Alan, thinking, well, what are the parents doing in all of this? Are the parents supportive of your approach or not?
So we've got 1,300 parents. 2 or 3 took their children out of the school because they didn't agree with it. About 20 sort of kicked back, but now are on board. I think that's a great statistic. It shows that the overwhelming vast majority of people want this kind of discipline. And I don't blame young people today for the state of the culture or the nation. They are the fruit of it. I believe that if my generation puts in place strict discipline, firm boundaries, no means no, then we will get the young people that we want and that, you know, we deserve.
GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Aidan's here, good morning.
Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
We have a quick look at the rugby. We've got a couple of fixtures in the Six Nations today.
Today, another one tomorrow as well. This is the one everyone's looking forward to. This is France against Ireland, the 2 top sides in the Northern Hemisphere. Often flattered to deceive at World Cups, but in Six Nations action, they're the real eye-catchers. And it's in Dublin today at 2:15. Ireland have a huge incentive. They could all but win the tournament today. In fact, they could be well on the way to complete a Grand Slam, which means they'd win all 5 fixtures. And they're an exciting team to watch. They have Gary Ringrose was sent off against, he's a key player for them, sent off against Wales. There's been some controversy around him because one of the matches he was suspended for covered a league game, not a Six Nations game, so he's been incredibly lucky there to be included. And France, if they win today, it opens up not just for themselves, but also for England, because England were watching with great interest today because they're not playing until tomorrow. They should beat Italy tomorrow. And, of course, we've got Scotland against Wales. But if Ireland do win today, that's 3 Six Nations in a row. I'm not sure when that last happened. It certainly didn't happen in my lifetime.
They're not guaranteed victory, are they?
They're not guaranteed. If
they win today.
If they win today, they take a massive step to doing that. And I don't think they'll go on to... They'll have any problems from here on in.
All right. Right. What about a bit of tennis? Oh, Emma Raducanu. I feel awful when I'm critical of her because she's only 21.
Yeah.
But
things aren't going well, really, are they?
I feel I've been making excuses for her will have for 3.5 years. And there's still a community online as well. If you criticise her, they really bite back.
Yeah.
And it's not... That's quite unedifying in some ways, in its own way. But, look, she's had some some trials and tribulations along the way. I mean, I think this will be 8 or 9 coaches, so she's going to appoint a new coach on a trial basis. I think he's decided, given that this gentleman by the name of Vladimir Platinik from Slovakia, who 2 years ago said that taking a job with Emma Raducanu would be coaching suicide.
I wonder what's changed his mind.
Well, it might be a few quid, but let's see. But even he said, look, I'll take it on a trial basis until the French Open, which is, middle of May, I think it is. And so she had the stalking incident, didn't she, a couple of weeks ago in Dubai. She lost in Indian Wells in the week. She's lost 5 of her last 6 matches now. She's had no form in any of the slams since she won it back in September 2021. She won the US Open in spectacular fashion. Didn't even drop a set. She came through as a qualifier as well.
Amazing.
It was absolutely extraordinary. And to have nothing since then, I can't think of a sporting timeline quite like that, certainly not in an individual sport or indeed in a team sport. So he's the latest guy, Vladimir Platinik, to give it a go. And look, who knows, it might just come good, but I think that's about the 8th.
She's obviously just got to find the right sort of character to gel with.
Yeah, well, I think that the negotiations this week were done with her father, and it just gave rise to suspicions that he's running a bit too much of the camp when she should be running the camp. You know, she's the one on the court with the guy. She's the one who has to establish the relationship. He's the one who has to find out or tell us some home truths.
I don't get. You can't base everything on the coach.
No, you can't.
You've got to have the raw talent there.
You do.
Which, I mean, she demonstrated...
Well, she's obviously got that.
Well, she demonstrated it 4 years ago, but nothing's... Has she still got it? I don't know.
Well, I'm up until a few months ago, I would have said yes, but there's just been so little. I think she's number 80 in the world now. Which makes it...
That's crazy.
Well, yeah, it means also as well that when she goes into big tournaments, she's more likely to receive or be laden with a really difficult time very early on.
She's going to have to struggle to even get to...
Yeah, the privilege of being a top seed is that you get an easy run, in theory anyway, until probably about the quarterfinals. So it's a struggle ahead. But look, at least she's still hanging in there, at least she's trying. And as I say, she had wrist surgery, she had ankle surgery as well. And so it's not all about her own or failings, if you like. She's had some raw luck, and let's hope she can turn things around.
Yeah.
OK, Aidan, we're out of time. But we will see you in the next hour.
Absolutely.
So we look forward to that. Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah, let's have a quick look now at the weather in the top European hotspots.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're curious about what the weather's doing further afield, well, across the Mediterranean, there's a lot of unsettled weather at the moment, especially Iberia into the south of France. But for Greece, mostly fine, sunny spells, still a bit of a breeze for the Greek islands. Italy, towards the south, yes, plenty of settled weather, but towards the north and northwest, as well as the south of France, unsettled, but not as unsettled as Portugal, Spain, Gibraltar, Madeira, where heavy showers and strong winds will be continuing through the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Now, Egypt has discovered, well, I think it was a British and Egyptian team, actually, finding the historic discovery, the long-lost tomb of King Thutmose II, the last of the lost tombs of the kings of ancient Egypt's 18th dynasty.
Yes, and it's the first royal Egyptian tomb to be discovered since King Tutankhamun's final resting place was found in 1922.
A very exciting discovery, and here to tell us all about it is the historian and author Martin Whittock. Martin, the first royal tomb since Tutankhamun.
Indeed, and identified as King Thutmose II. Other pronunciations are also available. And as you say, it's the last of the lost tombs of Egypt's 18th dynasty. They ruled between about 1550 BC and 1292 BC. It had been known before this tomb since 2022 as Tomb C4, as its occupant was then unknown. But what's happened now is parts of alabaster vessels have been found which have inscriptions bearing the name of Pharaoh Thutmose II and identifying him as the deceased king, along, interestingly, with the name of his wife, Hatshepsut. Now, she's an interesting woman because after he died, she ruled as pharaoh in her own right, one of only 2 women to do so in ancient Egyptian history. Now, the mummy of King Thutmose II was actually discovered during the 19th century at a nearby archaeological site known as Deir el-Bahari Kashet, and it's thought it was moved there after it had been looted by tomb raiders centuries ago. So the tomb is not going to give us the kind of treasures that we associate with Tutankhamun, I'm afraid, but it shows us the architecture of these royal tombs.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Time to look through the newspapers. I'm sorry.
No, you first.
No, you go ahead.
Ladies first. It's International
that's true.
Female Day.
International Women's Day. Yeah, we've got 2 international women with us this morning, Susan Holder and Emma Wolfe. Actually, that's very true. Emma, in the Daily Mail, they've got a picture of Hugh Edwards and asking, has the man no shame? What's going on?
Yeah, big double-page spread in the Daily Mail. Not a very kind article. It's called The Humbling of Hugh Edwards, and it basically talking about his life now and how it was, his gilded life in London, you know, anchorman at the BBC, his smart, slick kind of milieu, and now he is pretty much living in Swansea with his mum, who's in her 90s, lives in a bungalow, and he's been pictured shuffling around, this is their words, not mine, shuffling around the local supermarket, looking dishevelled, pale, unshaven, puffing on a vape, baggy-eyed. I mean, this comes...
Why is it the shame of Hugh Edwards? Because, I mean...
humbling.
Well, humbling, right, fine.
But they're saying, has he no shame?
Oh, has he no shame?
Well, they're talking about that because he hasn't paid back the £200,000 that he was paid.
Well, I've got to be honest, if the BBC is... It's all well and good, and I'm not in any sense defending the man.
But it was in his contract.
But it was in his contract. They've paid me the money. Would anybody pay it back?
No, especially when you've got a divorce looming and fees for your mental health and
you've lost all your salary and all the rest of it. And unless he's going to live in a cave somewhere, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's the fact he's shuffling around the supermarket and having a vape and living with his mum. Well, that's the best life's going to get for him.
Who might be the only member of the family who's actually talking to him, and because your mum will always kind of have room for you.
Yeah, it's just an article about how the mighty have fallen, I suppose, and they, you know, yes, unpleasantly talking to neighbours and saying, yeah, he just seems to sometimes scuttle out into the garden and sit there, and then he just doesn't do much. He doesn't have much, but it does make one reflect on all that he had and how he's completely, seems to be pretty much completely cancelled and isolated. You know, no friends, no...
I think that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
He cuts a figure now that is very hard to have any sympathy for. During the court appearances, he just looked angry, and as though we had no right to be even questioning him.
I think, but didn't he always looked a bit angry when he was reading the news, didn't he? I think that might be just his face. I don't know. He always kind of has that kind of hard stare.
It would have been a statement, actually. It's only a few days since they said, you know, he's not going to return that $200,000 that was paid while he was suspended. And, Stephen, you're right, it was in his contract. But it would have been a statement of contrition or of apology of some sort, or something he could have done.
It will also have been in his contract, because it's in everybody's, that you don't do anything that's going to bring your employer into disrepute.
Yes, it would.
And so why the BBC didn't actually action that, I don't know.
No.
He's not entirely without anything. He's got a very generous BBC pension, you know, and all of that. He's got very high legal fees as well, as you say, and a divorce. So it's clearly not a great situation.
And job prospects not good, I would think. So, like you're saying, at the end of the day, say he's probably thinking, well, if I don't look after myself, who's going to? Because he's not going to get a handout from anywhere else.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I always look at these things and think, what would I do? Whenever it's any issue and people say they need to hand back the money, I think, well, if like the bankers and things, would I hand it back?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
And also, would it make the situation any better? I mean, it probably wouldn't.
It's not to defend him in any way, shape or form. It's just. I don't know. What do you expect him to do?
Susan, tell us about Dolly Parton.
Oh, yes. So poor Dolly this week has lost her husband of 60-plus years, Carl Dean. And she's put out a lovely statement, actually, on her social media, thanking all the fans and everybody who's contacted her and to offer her support, because what a dreadful thing she's going through. But she has actually also dedicated one of her songs, that obviously the many, many songs that Dolly has written, to Carl, who she says was obviously the love of her life.
Didn't they meet? They met in some extraordinary...
Her first day in Nashville, I think she was 18 and he was 22. It was her first day in Nashville, and he pulled his car over and spoke to her, and that was it. And she said he's not the kind of guy who would ever do that. She's never known him do anything like that since. It was just, she said, now the longer kind of it went on with him, and they had a very unusual relationship in as much as they were together, but she was away a lot.
Yes.
He was hardly seen, did not take part in the kind of showbiz world.
I've never even heard of him.
Wasn't even pictured with her, but they were together. They obviously had an understanding about how they lived their lives, but she said
devoted.
Were devoted. She said, always said he was her rock, and now she's without him. So her song that she's got, If You Hadn't Been There, she's dedicated to his memory. And I just think, Dolly, we were just in the green room now, and there were three, the lady you had on talking about International Women's Day and a couple of the women. And everyone was, as soon as you mentioned Dolly, everyone was like, oh, my gosh, I love Dolly.
Yeah,
Dolly is amazing.
Yeah.
And on
Brilliant.
International Women's Day, what a fantastic... Do you know she wrote I Will Always Love You and Jolene on the same day?
Wow.
Amazing.
It's madness. The talent.
Yeah,
and she was spotted.
Talented.
I think Johnny Cash introduced her on the Grand Ole Opry when she was like a very young teenager. She didn't look like Dolly, the Dolly we know. 4 standing ovations, 4 encores that she got just when she was a little girl. So that's just pure talent. But her image is obviously almost greater than the talent in some ways. That's what people kind of know her for.
But a really nice person.
No one's got a bad word to say about
her. Said, what a wonderful person.
I'm heading back to Nashville in April, and there'll be Dolly stuff everywhere, and I can't get enough of it.
No, it's a good day to think of her, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
it is actually.
Everybody
play her music.
Everybody loves Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
What's going on with bananas?
Well, I'm astonished to see that you guys have bananas aplenty.
Yes, we do.
Because there has been a national shortage.
Of bananas?
Which
I find odd, because Suzanne and I have both revealed exclusively that we've eaten a banana in the last week or so. I mean, we eaten more than that,
I've got one in my bag right now.
I've casually bought bananas without any kind of press coverage or anything. But anyway, there has been a UK banana shortage because of stormy weather has been affecting cargo vessels. Apparently also
There's a Dolly Parton song in there somewhere.
Colombia, Costa Rica, stop it, you two, singing away. And Ecuador struggling with climate change, so that's going to further impact. But if you see bananas, buy them, buy them.
You're causing... And what you've just done...
It's going to cause a run on bananas.
Don't go out and buy all the bananas, because they'll only go off and they'll go brown. Then we'll all be back to
banana bread.
Banana bread from the pan.
Be banana responsible.
But banana supplies, if you are in a banana drought, banana supplies should soon return to normal.
There you go.
Don't panic by
bananas.
So the panic.
But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, so we'll be okay for...
If you're desperate for a banana, email us and we shall send you one out.
We'll send you the one that's left.
All right, you two. We'll see you in the next hour for a bit extra. Thanks very much indeed. Here's the weather.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Colder weather arrives next week, but this weekend will actually feel a little warmer with plenty of fine and bright weather, although 1 or 2 spots will still get showery outbreaks of rain, most especially as we begin Saturday across parts of northern Scotland, especially Orkney, and then later in the morning into Shetland, and an area of cloud will build across southwest England into parts of South Wales through the morning and early afternoon, bringing some light to moderate showers. Otherwise, for most it's dry, it's bright, and it's a little warmer, 16 to 18 Celsius or even 19 somewhere like northwest England. Then into the evening, well, we're going to continue to see outbreaks of rain move through Orkney and then push into Shetland, so a damp end to the day in these areas, a lot of cloud as well. But for the rest of Scotland, actually particularly further south, we've got clear skies going into the evening. Northern Ireland, some patchy cloud about, 1 or 2 light showers, but mostly dry. And for the bulk of England and Wales, actually, it's clear spells, although some thicker cloud will be remaining across parts of Wales, central and southern England. That cloud coming and going through the course of the night. And because we've also got this keen breeze coming up from the south and southeast, which is a relatively warm wind from the near continent, well, we're going to see frost and fog become much more isolated. In fact, most places will avoid a frost, with temperatures staying at 5 to 9 Celsius. The rain across Shetland tends to ease later in the night as well. So for most, it's a dry and bright start to Sunday. Plenty of fine weather out there. Fairly breezy along the south coast, and the cloud across Cornwall and parts of Devon tends to thicken through the morning. But any showery rain tends to be restricted to the Scillies, perhaps the far southwest of Cornwall. There'll also be outbreaks of rain returning to the north of Scotland. These are the exceptions. For the vast majority, it is another dry, bright and warm day.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We want to spruce up your spring with an incredible £17,777 in tax-free cash that you can spend however you like. But that's not all, as you'll also receive not 1, but 2 brand new designer watches and a fabulous Mulberry handbag. For a chance to win the cash, 2 watches and a designer bag, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB12 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 4th of April. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. Civil war breaks out within Reform UK.
The party suspends MP Rupert Lowe after complaints of serious bullying and physical threats.
But is the row just a clash of egos between Nigel Farage and the MP for Great Yarmouth after he criticised his leader earlier this week?
It's not Nigel, it is not Rupert's ego that's the problem. It's not my ego that's the problem. There needs to be more introspection by Nigel, Zaya Yusuf, Lee Anderson and others.
Russian spies in the UK. Following the biggest investigation of its kind, 3 Bulgarians are found guilty of working for the Kremlin. How worried should we be that there might be more?
Authorities in the States issue a statement on the cause of Gene Hackman's death and the death of his wife.
Inspecting the troops, we head to the London Central Garrison as the bands of the Household Division receive their annual ceremonial review.
Ancestry chasing is boosting the Scottish economy. American tourists are visiting to discover their roots, and it's bringing in more than £1 billion a year.
And it's British Pie Week, and we're going to be joined by Phil the Pie Man, whose family-run bakery specialises in quality handmade pies.
We're also going to be finding out, or at least looking at, who could be crowned top dog in Crufts 2025. It's in Birmingham today, and our reporter Jack Carson will have the very latest.
Well, it is Gun Dog Day here at Crufts. Join me and Riley in a very short moment. It's a huge weekend of rugby action, with France travelling to Ireland for what's been billed as a Six Nations decider. And amid protests tomorrow at Old Trafford, boss Ruben Amorim hopes he'll be given time to turn Manchester United's fortunes around. And in tennis, Emma Raducanu, you've guessed it, has another new coach.
Colder weather arrives next week, but before that happens, this weekend's looking warm, dry and bright. Find out all the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
It's just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Oh, now David has been in touch this morning about bananas.
Oh.
I mean, oh dear.
I worry.
He says, I think you'll find the banana shortage is due to an influx into the UK. So it's a joke.
Go on.
Of Maurizio Catalan's artwork. Is he the fella who, do you remember when he taped a banana to a wall?
And that was it?
And it sold for something like £6 million. And what you actually bought isn't the banana, you bought the right to sellotape a banana to a wall and call it whatever this piece of art was called.
People are mad, aren't they?
Totally crackers. Totally crackers. Some Chinese.
And some of the maddest people in the world are the ones with the money.
Oh, yeah.
To waste.
It's still a great source of potassium, though.
Yeah, but to stick it to a wall...
No.
Maybe. Well.
Yeah. No, I just think, stuff like that. Absolutely bananas.
Oh.
Frankly.
All right.
No, banana shortage, apparently, as we reported yesterday. Today we've been reporting that bananas are now back in stock. So it was a very brief hiatus.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to get really upset about.
No. Yeah. So if you went out and bought 18 fingers of bananas, hands of bananas...
We lived without bananas during the war. That's what everybody of my mum's generation used to talk about.
Is that right?
Yeah. During the war, you didn't get any bananas at all. And she said we knew the war was finished. VE Day helped. But, and we started to get bananas again. And there you have it.
Maybe we should do a special banana celebration for VE Day 80 this year.
Yes, we should
be a special banana. Maybe that should be the official dish, because they'd always do a dish.
A banoffee pie. Talking of pies. Now, a banoffee pie isn't a pie, according to you, because it hasn't got a crust on the top.
No, it hasn't got a crust on the top. It's a banoffee tart.
OK.
According to the experts, but nevertheless, I would eat one.
Sue says, Anne's had an epiphany. People are mad. Yes, they certainly are.
Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? Because my dad was always like this. Everyone's bonkers but us.
Well, that's true, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's sort of true. Anyway, let's crack on with the politics, because Reform MP Rupert Lowe has been suspended from the party amid allegations he made physical threats against Chairman Zia Youssef.
Now, Mr Youssef confirmed that the party had also received complaints from 2 female employees about serious bullying in Mr Lowe's parliamentary and constituency offices.
In a statement, he said he was disappointed but not surprised to learn of what he said were false allegations. He also said allegations of bullying at his offices are not actually about him.
Let's talk now to a former spokesman for Reform UK, Gawain Towler, who joins us now. Good morning to you, Gawain. How do you feel about what's just sort of erupted in the media at the moment with Reform UK people seeming to tear bits off each other?
I think your previous conversation sums it up. It's all a bit bananas. And also that you had a failure of bananas, you're bringing bananas back. I think it's going to be short-lived. I do think, on the point that Rupert was making, it wasn't about him. In the original statement, they say in his office. They do not say him. So right. I think people are reading things very quickly and reacting very fast.
I mean, the problem, Gawain, with this then is surely that makes it seem all the more likely that it's some sort of vendetta against him, in that he was somewhat critical of Nigel Farage this week.
Yes, but the criticism came out on Monday and the letters arrived on Friday, and there were discussions before then. The timeline, I think, is probably quite important here. Rupert's a very able man. He really is, and he's built up a great following online. And he has a great deal of support in the Twitter sphere, and he's doing some very good work. But the criticisms he was making about the party and how it needed a policy platform, well, of course it needs a policy platform. It's as if we didn't know that, and the party didn't know that. The problem was, and the problem is we've hit the ground so fast. We're building up hundreds of branches across the country. We've only got so much resources at any given time. The work is going on, and I remember speaking to Nigel back in September before I was fired, and him saying, "Look, people were coming to him with policies. He said, fine, go ahead, go work on them, and come back to me in March, because right now we've got so many other things on the plate. We just can't. We don't have the brain space to do it all at the centre." And so Rupert kicking off about something, which, of course, a political party needs a set of policies. Of course it does. But we're looking at 2029. It doesn't have to pop out fully formed now. That process is ongoing. It's happening. So I think there's a lot of impatience and a lot of frustration. We're doing really well. We're pushing boundaries. We're polling superbly. We are campaigning hard across the country. And people want... Everybody's terribly excited about what's going on, so people trip up. It happens.
And you think it's just a trip. The trouble is there are local elections looming, and Reform has to do well, doesn't it? People tend not to vote for what they see as a fractured party.
Of course, and you could see that with the Conservative Party in the last election. There was the constant churn. But put it this way, Farage has been here a long time. He's been here before. He has the scars on his scars and the scars on his scars on his back. And this is something, and everybody writes him off, it's dismissed, and he always comes back stronger. And this is a case in point. So yes, it is what I would used to call suboptimal as a situation. It's not ideal. I wish it hadn't happened. I do wish cooler heads prevail, and I'm sure they will. But there's a lot of froth out there, and I haven't yet to see actually any of the evidence, any of the truths. So it's hard to judge.
Is there a problem, and you'd be able to, from a slightly more outside perspective now, actually, on this, but there is certainly a perception perhaps amongst critics of the party that it's Nigel's way or the highway?
That's often a criticism laid, the idea that he's some sort of creosote bush and kills anything that's within 5 yards of him. I've never found that to be the case. I survived for at least 20 years, so hey, so he doesn't kill things off immediately. No, I think that is a perception because he is such a larger-than-life character, because he has driven things so hard and so far for such a long time. So yes, he is the last man standing, but he's the one who's standing. He's the one who constantly stands. Rupert has been elected twice, both under Nigel's banner, under Farage's banner, and neither time would he have been elected if it hadn't been for Farage in the lead. So, yeah, he is the last man standing. That's because he's always been standing.
We've been hearing from a lot of our viewers and listeners who are really genuinely distressed at this point because they see a party that they honestly believed might reform British politics and may even be the next government, and they see it falling apart in front of their eyes. Can you give them any words of comfort or confidence that it's not falling apart and that they can still believe?
I absolutely. Last night, when all this was breaking through, I was doing an event for reform in just outside Norwich. 250 people had turned up, and I had to explain what had happened from the stage because it was happening live. There was no way I could walk out the room and then go, "Good Lord, what's just happened?" I had to be upfront with them. And yes, there was an intake of breath from certain parts of the crowd. And yes, it was disappointing. People are upset. They've put their heart and soul into this because they really believe we have a chance to do something. And I think everybody knows that. And my general gut feeling all about this is don't drop the Ming vase. If we don't get our work together, if we can't put it together, and we can, then we are letting down the country. We're not letting down Rupert or Nigel. We're letting down the millions of people who've put their faith in us to deliver the change they so desperately want and get rid of the sclerotic crowd that have been running us for such a long time. So, yes, stop juggling with the Ming jars, everybody. Stop it.
What about I mean, it would be a fair point. I mean, the timeline, as you say, is important in all of this. However, it would seem that complaints have been made. I mean, certainly if you look at the complaint of this altercation with Zia Yusuf, if there wasn't immediate action, if there wasn't actually a suspension of the whip, then reform would be really in the firing line, wouldn't they, from all the other main political parties?
Well, if it had been the case that these issues, of which I do not know the details, were of sufficient importance that they were HR issues, the parliamentary offices are governed by parliamentary codes. If they had done nothing, then yes, there would be questions. And I think one of the things that is... none of this is good. However, the fact that people have acted quickly is probably a good thing because, as you say, you see it with the other parties and they shilly-shally around and then finally, a month and a half later, they finally remove the whip, they finally do something about it. Nick Brown, we still don't know why, for example. There's a whole bunch of stuff. So I think acting quickly is good, but I'm always one who understands that every party and every part of life has dirty linen. Don't wash it in public if you can possibly avoid it.
It's good advice for all of us. Gawain Towler, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
And you. Thank you.
Well, the Chief Whip for Reform UK is Lee Anderson. He said this morning. At Reform UK, we have a monumental task on our hands in order to save our country.
There is a huge amount of pressure on Nigel and our team to deliver for the British public. I did not come into politics for personal gain. Like my colleagues, I stepped forward because I wanted to help save my country. Joining Reform UK is the best thing I've ever done in politics, and this is our last chance to turn things around in our country. But politics is a team game, and we must work as a team. I was the first ever Reform UK MP, and my first loyalty will always be to my country. I have a great deal of respect for Rupert Lowe, and as his Chief Whip, I have bent over backwards to be fair with him since he entered Parliament. But his unwillingness to cooperate in an investigation into his behaviour has meant the parliamentary party cannot function effectively whilst Rupert is a Reform UK MP. There is far too much at stake, and by not taking decisive action, we would risk losing everything we've built up. I bear no malice towards Rupert, and to remove the whip was a deeply painful thing to do, but delivering for our country must come first, and no man is bigger than our party.
Excuse me, it's quite a statement,
isn't it? Yeah.
Well, does that sway your opinion on any of this or not? It's our poll of the day today. We're asking, will this row do permanent damage to reform? Well, 27% of you so far think it will. 73% of you don't think it will. We'll continue to bring you live updates throughout the day. Final result in Nana's show later. And if you would like to take part, go to gbnews.com/poll.
Now, Crufts 2025 has reached its third day. Pooches from all over the country are competing for the coveted Best in Show award.
I'd be happy with any award, frankly. Best in Show would be nice. But,
I know, but I like the ones who do the, the jumping and running and
through the poles.
They seem to enjoy themselves so much.
They do. They're having a lot of fun. Anyway, someone who's been meeting and greeting doggies all this week is our very own Jack Carson. Morning, Jack. Who have you got with you today?
Morning to you both. It has been a fantastic few days already here at Crufts, and it feels like we're just getting started all over again because it's Gun Dog Day today, so that's the breed that's showing today. Ultimately, later on, one of the best gun dogs here will be entered into that final 7 for Best in Show. We have got some beautiful goldies and some golden retrievers all around. We've got spaniels here today, we've got pointers, we've got setters, and I want to introduce you to my new friend this morning, Riley. Here is Riley and Val Goddard, who's the exhibitor, with him here today, getting ready. Val, I mean, Riley is just beautiful. What kind of preparation does it take to get him into a position to show today?
Yes, a lot of bathing, trimming, got to do all the claws, make sure he's all trimmed up around the ears. There's a lot of hard work goes into showing a golden retriever.
And why have you decided to bring Riley today?
Well, I didn't buy him as a show dog, to be honest. We just took a chance last year and qualified for Crufts. Thought we've got to give him a go. So I had to bring him to the world's biggest dog show.
Well, that was going to be my next question. You know, Crufts, so many people, thousands of dogs here today, thousands of dogs from all over the world. Just how competitive is it today?
Oh, it is very. I mean, in this breed alone, there's over 500 entries today, so imagine what the others are. Yes, it's a good fun thing to do. It's great for the dog community. It's a nice day out.
It's exciting to be here as well because there's so many dogs around. There is a real buzz here as well, isn't it, in the hall?
Yeah, it is very exciting, very nerve-wracking as well. Even if you've been doing it for years, I've been in the breed for over 30 years, you still get the butterflies in the stomach going into the big ring.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And Riley, what a good boy. Are you looking forward to today, Riley? I think that's a resounding yes. But not only, of course, the dog's showing today, there is agility going on in the arena, there's fly ball, heel work to music as well. We caught up with the team yesterday.
We're part of the heel work to music activities team, so we're demonstrating to the public what good fun dog dancing with your dog is. I mean, it's a bit weird, maybe, to some people, but to us it's really good fun, isn't it?
It's very, very hard work.
Yeah.
And I think it's great for the public to come in and see other activities, not just the breed showing. You can't force the dogs to do the type of things that we do. For instance, behind you, you'll see a lot of letterboxes. In the activity ring today, we're demonstrating how we can use everyday tasks such as posting a letter, and we get the dog to do it for us.
We're in the ring over there, and the public are right there. There's no fence or anything. When it goes wrong, they love it. They absolutely love it. The crowd absolutely, they're in fits, aren't they? Yeah. When it goes wrong, that's the best.
Well, there you go. When it goes wrong, they love it. That was just fantastic to watch, wasn't it? How a dog can post a letter in a letterbox. It's quite a skill to have. But all around today, there are gun dogs everywhere. Beautiful dogs like Milo here as well. It's going to be another fantastic day at Crufts, and you're right, one of them from the gun dog category today will be going into Best in Show, which is tomorrow night. One of the final 7 where we crown Best in Show and top dog this year.
Lovely stuff. Jack, thank you very much indeed. Though those dogs are, I mean, they're so well behaved. Actually,
Amazing,
just with all those people about.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people don't approve of Crufts, but there are some wonderful dogs there, some beautiful looking animals. And I do love the agility things where they're jumping and they seem to enjoy themselves so much. It's nice when you can see a dog really enjoying itself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just the idea of the letter posting thing I thought was great. But the idea of trying to train Rex to do that.
Your big, enormous, what is he, a Rhodesian Ridgeback, which is twice as high as you by the
He's a big boy. He's a big boy. But if you gave him a letter, he'd have a great time ripping it to shreds.
But he must be he must be intelligent.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if you'd started young enough, he might be able to post a letter for you.
Yeah, if you started young, but it's all about having fun,
not his
isn't
job,
it? We want him to have fun.
Yeah.
Especially, we took him out the other day to a lovely spot, a lovely local woods where you can just let him off.
I bet he loves that.
Bananas. He knows like the clappers. Lovely. Anyway.
Given that how big he is, does he frighten people? Or
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are often a bit nervous of him, though he's soft. Interesting, I was out walking him last night and some little girl came up to me and she was, I don't know, a young teenager and one of those very slight little things, and she just said, "Can I stroke the dog?" And came up and she was all over him. All over him. And yet she was...
She could probably have ridden on him.
She could have done.
Yeah.
She looked like she was one of those very timid sort of young girls.
Yeah.
But she was straight in there.
Dogs.
And you get the big grown men walking by who then cross the other side of the road. That's so good. I was really impressed with her yesterday.
Oh.
Anyway, enough about dogs. Shall we have a look at some of the other stories this morning?
Yes, indeed. Right, at least 12 people have been injured during a shooting at a pub in Toronto. 4 victims have non-life-threatening injuries. The others' conditions are unknown at the moment. Toronto police said the suspect was wearing a black balaclava and was seen fleeing in a silver car, but is still at large.
Now, authorities in the United States have confirmed Hollywood actor Gene Hackman died of natural causes around about, they think, a week after his wife Betsy died from natural causes. She had hantavirus. It's claimed that Mr. Hackman was probably not aware that his wife had died because it was discovered in the post-mortem examination that he had very advanced Alzheimer's. Their bodies were found in their home in New Mexico last week, along with that of one of their pet dogs.
Members of a Russian-run spy ring are facing lengthy jail terms for one of the largest and most complex enemy operations to be uncovered on UK soil. The 3 Bulgarian nationals were found guilty at the Old Bailey of spying on an industrial scale and putting lives and national security at risk. Commander Dominic Murphy, who's the head of the Metropolitan Police Counter-Terrorism Command, details the threat that they posed.
Everything we've discovered, the threat was quite broad, in fact. So, yes, they were gathering information. It's what you might call lifestyle surveillance against individuals here in the UK. My concern has always been, though, what was that lifestyle surveillance going to lead to? And we have seen a long history of the Russian state conducting operations here in the United Kingdom, including lethal threat operations like the investigation in Salisbury. So deeply worrying about the physical and information challenges created.
Right, should we see if spring is in the air this morning? Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Be nice to hear.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Colder weather arrives next week, but this weekend will actually feel a little warmer with plenty of fine and bright weather, although 1 or 2 spots will still get showery outbreaks of rain, most especially as we begin Saturday across parts of northern Scotland, especially Orkney, and then later in the morning into Shetland, and an area of cloud will build across southwest England into parts of South Wales through the morning and early afternoon, bringing some light to moderate showers. Otherwise, for most it's dry, it's bright, and it's a little warmer, 16 to 18 Celsius or even 19 somewhere like northwest England. Then into the evening, well, we're going to continue to see outbreaks of rain move through Orkney and then push into Shetland, so damp end to the day in these areas, a lot of cloud as well. But for the rest of Scotland, actually particularly further south, we've got clear skies going into the evening. Northern Ireland, some patchy cloud about, 1 or 2 light showers, but mostly dry. And for the bulk of England and Wales, actually, it's clear spells, although some thicker cloud will be remaining across parts of Wales, central and southern England. That cloud coming and going through the course of the night. And because we've also got this keen breeze coming up from the south and southeast, which is a relatively warm wind from the near continent, well, we're going to see frost and fog become much more isolated. In fact, most places will avoid a frost, with temperatures staying at 5 to 9 Celsius. The rain across Shetland tends to ease later in the night as well. So for most, it's a dry and bright start to Sunday. Plenty of fine weather out there. Fairly breezy along the south coast, and the cloud across Cornwall and parts of Devon tends to thicken through the morning. But any showery rain tends to be restricted to the Scillies, perhaps the far southwest of Cornwall. There'll also be outbreaks of rain returning to the north of Scotland. These are the exceptions. For the vast majority, it is another dry, bright and warm day.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, if you want to make your spring spectacular, take part in our Great British Giveaway, because the prize at the moment is £17,777. We don't know why, but it's tax-free, so count it.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, if you get it, count it.
Yeah.
That's not all, though. You'll also win 2 pretty sought-after designer watches. Have you got a designer watch? Yeah.
No.
Oh, no, me either. I don't know why you'd need 2. But I suppose one for
different occasions.
One for daytime, one for evening.
One for going out.
Very nice.
I'd like a designer watch. I'd love a designer watch.
Me too. And a designer bag, maybe to keep them in.
Bet you've got a designer bag.
Yeah. Yeah, I have. OK. If you want to look and feel the part of a owner of £17,777, here's how to take part in the competition.
You could have £17,777 in tax-free cash to play with this spring. Cash to spend on anything you like. And if that wasn't enough, we're also going to give you not 1, but 2 sought-after designer watches and the latest Mulberry handbag. How would winning that sound?
Oh my God, that's brilliant news.
For a chance to win the cash, 2 watches and a designer bag, text cash to 63232. 1 entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB12 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 4th of April. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Now, still to come, British Pie Week is almost over. I don't know what we would do. Anyway, we've still got a little bit of time left, so we're going to examine very closely some pies.
And ask what is one?
Yes, what is a pie?
Yeah. That's all coming up next.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Lee Anderson's Real World, Fridays from 7 p.m.
Getting into medicine at a very early age, you had an interest when you were really, really young, didn't you?
I did. I decided to go to medicine when I was 8. And that was based on the stories my father used to tell me about my grandfather, who I never met, because my grandfather died when he was 11.
Yeah.
And he was in the military, and he was stationed up in the Himalayas. And he was a doctor in the military. And not only did he serve in the military, but he also served his patients. And he served them to the degree where he would go out and he'd take them supplies, and he'd really look after them and make sure that they were not just well, but could live and survive. And it was on a day when he was out there helping his patients. There was a storm up in the Himalayas.
Wow.
And he was out there taking blankets and clothes and food up to them. And on the way back, as he was coming down the Himalayas, there was a landslide which took his Jeep over the edge, and he perished in that. So he gave his life to his service. And it was these stories about my grandfather, what he did and how he helped people, that really inspired me to follow in his footsteps. Not necessarily to go into the military, but to go into medicine.
But he's left a wonderful legacy, because fast forward, you came to this country when you was 4, and you've studied medicine.
Yep.
And you do, we were talking earlier about DNA. You're looking at DNA, looking at people's DNA. You can do profiles on people, predict. Well, you can actually say with some accuracy where they've lived in the past, what jobs they've done, and what medically may happen to them in the future.
Yeah. And I think, over the last, we've been looking at the gene. There was a Human Genome Project last century, which finished.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
It's 9:30 now. British Pie Week is almost over, but fear not, because we couldn't leave it without talking to one of the UK's biggest pie gurus.
Pie Guru, that's a new one. They're from Turner's Pies. It's a family-run scratch bakery, specialising in quality handmade pies, crafted from recipes dating back over 90 years. Now, notably, Phil was on The Apprentice in 2024 and placed second in the competition.
Wow.
So he's used to a studio.
He is. Phil the Pie Man is here. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's nice to see you. Frankly, it's even nicer to smell pies. You brought a lot.
Happy British Pie Week, by the way.
Happy Pie. What is a pie?
What is a pie?
I've been busy saying if it doesn't have a
crust on the top and
the bottom.
It's a bit controversial, but the official ruling is it has to be fully encased in pastry.
Oh, you see that.
So there's nothing worse. I hate it when you go to a pub and you order a pie and you get a stew with a bit of pastry on top. Yeah, I hate that. So
I hate
it has to be fully encased. So I'm a sort of, as you say, a bit of a pie connoisseur. So I like to stick by the rules and make sure that.
So now, next question is why does it have to be fully encased? Because a pie, what you were saying was sort of casserole with a little pie hat, hasn't soaked up the gravy and all of the things. Whereas the wonderful thing about a pie to me is that you've got the pastry, but you've got a, it's a bit soggy. It's soggy at that level.
Soggy bottom. We don't like soggy bottoms.
It's soggy where it touches the filling, but it's still crusty on top.
Yeah, so you get that little bit inside where it's sort of just half, it's sort of like half pastry, half like moisture meat. Yeah, but I think in terms of like the definition, you have to draw a line somewhere because I heard you talking about earlier about banoffee pie and a shepherd's pie. Like, where do you draw the lines? I think the rule is it has to be fully encased in pastry, and that's what we're going to
Well, for me, I have to say that the nicest thing about a pie is proper short crust pastry.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, that just nails it for me.
Yeah, so our pies are... Actually, I can't take credit for our pastry. My nan, in 1930, she started making the short crust pastry. It became synonymous in the local area. And I think that is what sets our pies apart from everyone else.
So it's still a recipe, is it?
Absolutely, yeah. And we do things... Everything's baked by hand, by scratch every day. So we literally come in every morning, make the pastry from scratch. I think that's really what's...
They don't look as though they were made by a machine, do they?
No, absolutely not. Everything's hand crimped.
Can you tell us what you've got here?
So I know you two are vegetarian. So I've got you a asparagus and mushroom pie, and I've got you a vegan one, which is butternut chilli with like a vegan cheese inside. Would you like me to send you one across?
Yes, yes.
OK.
I'm on a diet.
Yeah, me too.
I'm on a diet, so this is breaking the rules.
These are Weight Watchers, don't worry.
I don't.
These are Weight Watchers.
It's just too good to...
So there's an asparagus and mushroom. What would you like?
If you've got a knife, I'll cut it in half so you can see what the inside is like. Asparagus and mushrooms.
I personally like the beef ones. Like we've got a steak and ale there as well, which is like our award-winning. That's our.
Well, that's what most people would a proper steak and ale has got to be one.
But we, as the years have gone, we like to diversify and make sure that we're satisfying everyone.
You've got to cater to a changing market.
Of course, yeah.
And that's the thing.
I just want to cut this really well so you can see the inside.
So that's the.
This is asparagus and mushroom.
Yeah, mushroom and asparagus in like a cheesy sauce, and also as well, what I've got here is what we call a Dutch apple, but this is like an apple pie with a sweet mince inside.
That does look nice. Doesn't it?
That one. Let me go at this one.
Lovely.
Oh,
that looks even better.
So this is a vegan one. Is that vegan pastry?
Yes.
As well?
Yeah, vegan pastry.
Do you struggle with that?
No. So I think with the vegan. There you go, that's the apple and mince there.
Oh.
That's beautiful.
Oh, it looks wonderful.
It's lovely. So, margarine is actually suitable for vegans because obviously it doesn't have the dairy in it. So, they are better hot, I must be honest. I haven't had a chance. You haven't got any ovens, so I haven't had a chance to heat them up. But just to give you a little taster.
Absolutely. Really, really nice.
That's lovely. It's slightly spicy.
Yeah, it's like a butternut. It's like a butternut chili, butternut squash chili.
You must be so proud of the fact that this is a family business and it's been going for such a long time, and it's almost enjoying a new trend, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think the thing with us is like where we've been going for so long, we've inherited these amazing recipes, which we've obviously developed on. But we don't look at other people for inspiration. We kind of do what we've always done. We stick to our core values, which is obviously a really high quality ingredient. Yeah, we've got shops on the South Coast, and we provide a really good old service, customer service.
This is what I'm intrigued by, because it's about expanding. You want to expand a business.
Yeah.
And you do send these out by post. Now, is that that's capitalising? I mean, that must expand your business exponentially, mustn't it? Well, at least a potential market.
Yeah, so we've got 5 shops on the South Coast, and the way I'll describe them is like a pie deli. You know, like it's like a bakery, but it's like a pie. It's quite niche. It's a bit different. In 2018, we set up our online service called Pies by Post, because we were winning all these national awards, and people were saying, well, where can we buy your pies?
Yeah.
And we were like, well, you can't unless you come to one of our shops.
But your boxes are beautiful, I've noticed.
Thank you, yes.
So that's how they arrive if you order.
So everything comes like modularly packed. So a lot of people, they think, well, how can you get a refrigerated box of pies safely? We spent probably 2 years making sure that we could do that.
Yeah.
Everything's refrigerated, so it's really smart, actually. We bake everything fresh. We deliver it out just as if you'd come to our shop, and then by sort of 10 o'clock the next morning, you've got a box of fresh... And they all freeze amazingly as well, so...
I have to say that mushroom and asparagus is fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
it's almost meaty. It feels like you're getting that...
Yeah.
A real fulfilling...
Well, all of our pies, this is one of our steak pies, like... Oh, I could show you, but they're all really packed full of meat. Like it's sort of old school, you know. None of this.
They're not short of filling.
No, and I think with our vegetarian and meat our vegetarian pies, we wanted to sort of recreate that for the people that don't like meat, but they like a nice chunky pie, which is full of good quality.
Because it would be nice, quite nice
let
to
me
see
see
the beef one.
Oh, you want the beef one?
Well, I just show people what.
I want to try the apple one.
I'll use this knife.
Use that knife.
I'll show you this thing.
I'll tell you what I'm going to... All right, you put...
We're getting stuck in.
Yeah, do you I mean, the pie... We're talking a lot about pies. I suppose it's because of this week.
Oh, heck.
Oh, look at that.
So in there, we use a really good quality meat, which is top rump, which is kind of like a marbled meat. And as you see, it's like...
It's got camera, that's it.
It's got that sort of pinky colour to it.
Oh,
and that's really high quality. And not a lot of pie makers put such a high quality, but they are a little bit top end. They are a little bit more expensive than your average pie, but you obviously get what you pay for.
Well, it's filled up to the crust.
There we go.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, which is really cheeky. I'm going to grab that and just pop it on, because we are a bit short of plates.
You've been lusting after that, haven't you? Yeah.
It's a pie fest.
I haven't had a proper bit of apple pie. This is apple pie with mincemeat. Yeah. We're running out of time, but frankly, I don't care.
No.
I'll leave them with you, don't worry.
But the pie is going for an absolute comeback, isn't it?
It's funny, because I've been doing it for... I've been in the business now for 15, 20 years, and it sort of goes through waves. Sometimes it becomes a bit uncool, but the thing is with a pie, it's an old-school British staple. It's going to be in the British culture forever. So I think sometimes you get someone who does a little bit trendy, and all of a sudden the pie becomes trendy again.
With the sweet one, like the one you're having right now, what would you serve with it? Cream?
Custard.
Personally, we actually had one of these at home the other day. We took one out of the freezer. I would have that slightly warm with cold custard. That's my preference.
Cold custard?
Yeah, that's just how I like it. But you can have that with cream, you can have it with ice cream, you can have it with custard, but as you're probably finding out, you could just have it on its own.
So, for someone who's a week into a diet, this is like a bit of heaven. We'll see you this time next week, Phil.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you so much for having me, I appreciate it.
Really good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
That's a lovely way to celebrate, actually, what is the end of Pie Week.
Oh, they're fantastic, I have to say. They're really, really good. Aidan has missed out on the pies, but he will be here with the sport in a couple of minutes.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain's Newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
I know. So, Chef Theo Michaels joins us in the studio to talk about this. We know we've got a problem with food waste in this country, Theo, but this idea that there's a younger generation who are just reading the back of a packet and going, well, that must have gone off then, throwing it in the bin. Why do they do that when maybe we wouldn't?
Do you know what? I think we live in an increasingly sanitised
bubble-wrapped world, right, where we've become detached from our food, we've become detached from using a bit of common sense. And so I think there's a generation that are doing exactly this. They're looking at a best before date to start with, which actually is meaningless. Best before date is me turning around to you two going, the fish should be at its prime on Tuesday, right? Yeah. But that's not the use by date. The use by date could be a week later. You know, we say the sniff test. That's what we should be doing. So I've had it before. I had a great experience once. I walked into a supermarket and I saw an Italian guy I know, and he was jumping around with so much excitement as he was collecting handfuls of Parmesan cheese that they said, oh, it was going out of date. And he was laughing, so he was going, we aged this stuff for years. Yes. It doesn't go out of date. Yeah. So he was buying it by the truckload. And I think the key thing is there is this sort of sniff test that people talk about, but it's absolutely right. It's ingrained in us. It's instinctive that if we smell something that's off, it's like giving someone a dose of salts.
I'm also wondering, with these dates on these packaging, did it actually do a favour to the supermarkets because it meant that you're throwing them away and buying less?
100%.
Buying more.
The use-by dates only came out in the 70s, right? And that was done by one particular supermarket. And for me, I can't help be cynical about it, Bev.
Who was it?
It was Marks and Spencer's.
Was it?
Marks and Spencer's in the 70s.
They all followed suit.
And yeah.
They all followed suit.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hopefully we'll get some sport with Aidan. He's just busy chewing at the moment on a mushroom and asparagus pie.
One of our lovely viewers says, maybe the reason you're grumpy is because you're on a diet.
Ah, hangry. Oh, that's something. Could well be.
Well, not now the pies have turned up.
Oh, honestly.
They are beautiful pies, I must say. That makes you want to perfect it yourself and to learn how to make them that beautiful.
Yeah, the pastry's absolutely sensational.
Pastries, yeah. But the fillings are as well.
I mean, I wouldn't normally have that cold.
No.
But it works.
It
cold,
works.
actually.
It does, I have to say.
Yeah.
Very surprised.
He's happy.
I'll tell you what, it was a big mouthful. I knew.
Well, that was the sport with Aidan.
All right, let's have a quick rattle through what we've got, Aidan.
Yeah, why not? Well, look, Ruben Amorim certainly fancies a slice of luck, but he's got these protests to contend with tomorrow. Not against him specifically, but more widely about the problems at Manchester United.
Yeah, the fans aren't happy, are they?
They've not been happy for some time. It's about the stewardship of the Glazers over a number of years now. So the group is called 1958. They are protesting outside Old Trafford tomorrow. And it's about the general demise of the club. They say the club is slowly dying. Now, the interesting thing here is that the Glazers gave up a portion of the club last year and sold it to Ineos, led by Sir James Ratcliffe, who went in there last year. He was meant to take control of the football side of things and bring about an improvement there, because the Glazers, most of the aggro they got, most of the aggravation came from what happened on the pitch. So they thought, oh, hang on, let's give that responsibility to someone else and get £1 billion for it, over £1 billion for it. But Ratcliffe's come in and seems more intent on cutting the sellotape budget and the paperclip budget and sacking people all the time, which in totality, I think it saves them about £1 million a year, and that's a tiny block on the accounts of Manchester United. And there hasn't been much notable change on the pitch. There's been a slight improvement maybe in some games, but they're very inconsistent. They beat Arsenal in the FA Cup at the Emirates. They drew with Liverpool as well, and they beat Manchester City away, but some of the other results has been absolutely poor. And they face Arsenal tomorrow at 4:30, and that used to be one of the stellar Premier League fixtures. With United's demise in recent years, you can't really say that.
What, your money would be on Arsenal, would it?
Oh, without doubt, yeah. They won their last season as well. And so Amorim is saying, look, all we can do, for my part, is perform on the pitch. He said that the fans have every right to protest. That's a great thing about Britain. You can do that, and you won't be opposed. And all he can do is get the results on the pitch. And, there's an argument for... They've got the second leg of the Europa League in the week against Real Sociedad. There's an argument for resting players tomorrow to keep them fresh for a more important game, because if they win the Europa League, and it looks unlikely, but they will get into the Champions League if they do that. And that means that overnight the season is declared a success because they get all that extra revenue for next season. But in terms of that's tomorrow. We've got some good games today as well. Bournemouth playing tomorrow away to Tottenham. And we've got Nottingham Forest against Man City at 12:30. But I'd also like to shine a light quickly on Stuart Pearce.
Yes.
Stuart Pearce came back on Monday from Las Vegas because he's a huge rugby league fan. This is the England legend, of course, left back, played in Euro 96 and in Italia 90 and won 78 caps. He's 62 years old, former Manchester City manager as well, now pundit on TalkSport. He came back from Vegas on that flight to Heathrow, and the plane was diverted mid-air because he was suffering discomfort. It sounds like some kind of heart palpitations. There was he was rigged up to equipment on the plane, and that's a big thing to do. I mean, this plane was a Boeing 7879, and to take it to St John's, Newfoundland, that's a hell of a thing because it's just a commercial flight. It's not like a private jet or anything like that. Everyone was inconvenienced by it. He was met by medical services, and we understand he's still in hospital. He cancelled his speaking engagement last night in Coventry.
Well, it must have been serious.
It must have been serious, yes.
Playing the way
exactly. And I think that I echo everybody's sentiments here at GB News by offering him a speedy recovery, and we should get an update in the next couple of days.
Yeah, well, let's hope he's doing all right. OK, Aidan, thank you very much indeed. Have some more pie.
Well, of course, the pie website
The pie website has crashed. I was just looking at ordering some. Anyway, let's have a look at the weather in the top European holiday destinations.
I hope it doesn't rain.
Don't worry about it.
It'll spoil our holiday.
Relax, we're totally covered.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're curious about what the weather's doing further afield, well, across the Mediterranean, there's a lot of unsettled weather at the moment, especially Iberia into the south of France. But for Greece, mostly fine, sunny spells, still a bit of a breeze for the Greek islands. Italy, towards the south, yes, plenty of settled weather, but towards the north and northwest, as well as the south of France, unsettled, but not as unsettled as Portugal, Spain, Gibraltar, Madeira, where heavy showers and strong winds will be continuing through the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie's here with an exclusive opportunity just for you, our incredible GB News viewers. We're giving you the opportunity to win a VIP studio tour right here at GB News HQ. Plus, you'll also get to meet yours truly. It's easy to enter, just head to gbnews.com/community competition and follow the easy steps. Don't miss out, enter now, and I'll see you soon at GB News. Full T's and C's apply.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners, every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Time for another look at the newspapers, can you believe? Susan Holder and Emma Wolfe are still with us as Stephen is...
well, they're doing all the talking.
He's eating all the pies.
I'm going to have a bit more.
We're
pie.
having a discussion about whether you only have one life or whether you should eat all the pies or whether you shouldn't eat all the pies.
OK, Emma, tell us the scandalous news that stamps are going up again in price.
Well, I mean, this is just outrageous. Stamps have, despite the fact that first-class stamps, well, all deliveries have fallen, they haven't met their targets for 5 years.
Good Lord.
First-class stamps are going up again. So they're going up another 5 pence to £1.70 from April the 7th.
It's crazy.
Second class is going up to 87 pence.
And they wonder why we send emails instead.
Yeah, there's been a 124% increase in the price of a first-class stamp since 2020. And obviously, you know, as you say, everybody's sending emails, everybody ordering things online. Like, there are a lot less letter, you know, bill, that kind of letter deliveries.
Which is a real shame.
It is, because
an
it's
email
lovely to get a
card is
letter.
never the same as a
No,
letter.
it's not the same.
Tends to be the only letters you get are the ones in brown envelopes.
Yeah, bills or hospital appointments.
Yeah.
But you have to say, when you put a first-class stamp on something, you want a birthday card to get there the next day or even the next few days, you can't rely on it.
No, it's not guaranteed
and that
at
is
all.
absolutely
Not
why
even
people
for
are not bothering.
£1.70.
I used to buy 100 at a time, you know.
Yeah,
My goodness.
exactly.
At Christmas.
Rockefeller.
No, but at Christmas, I used to go and buy 100 first-class stamps, and I'd use half of them, whatever,
Yeah.
and
It
then
is-
the rest of them would last me the whole year. I can't do it now.
No,
I mean,
you can't,
It's
no.
like best part of 200 quid.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah, now you go and you buy 6 stamps, and even that you think, goodness
Even
me.
more scandalous, I think, though, there's a lot of scandals around the post office, isn't there, is the way they are closing all the collection. So when you're not in and you get a little red card to say, go and pick up your delivery...
You can't get it from anywhere.
You can't... It's open at Macclesfield, I know, but this is typical all over the country. It's open for just 4 hours of a Thursday afternoon.
Crumbs.
And the other problem about post office is that there are queues, endless queues with people returning parcels. You know, everybody's doing this thing of ordering loads of clothes they don't really want, returning them. So they're at the queuing up at the post office.
It's just
so
not
you can't pop in and buy stamps.
No.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Well, you couldn't
Royal
afford to
Mail
anyway if you wanted to.
charging more for less.
Outrageous.
Right.
We just want to show you this picture of Big Ben. There's someone climbing Big Ben at the moment, apparently. Oh, there you go. I mean, frankly, not a good thing to do. It's a stupid thing to do. Police and emergency services will now have to waste their time getting this person off Big Ben. It's extremely dangerous. They're clearly wanting to make a protest of some kind or another. It's not the way to go about it, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
But that's what's happening in central London at the moment.
Let's talk about cheese. Oh, Emma, it's one of your stories again.
yeah.
But apparently our taste in cheese is getting more and more fruity.
Yeah, well, for years, mild cheddar was the one. And mild cheddar was the one that everybody bought. It was the most popular flavour. Now, I know, it's a bit bland, isn't it? But now, apparently, there's a real demand for much stronger varieties. So the vintage, the mature cheddar is much more popular these days. And
You like a mature, Susan.
I do, as you well know.
A vintage?
I like a strong and a smoky, actually, is what I like in a cheese. But actually, I wonder, it's actually linked to another story in the papers, maybe, that Deliveroo survey says that a lot of people are eating food in the bath. Their takeaways in the bath.
No.
Because it's decadent and they've seen it on social media. But I wonder if... And it says that because people are eating a lot more spicy food, their taste for cheese is a lot stronger. So maybe
so
it says your palate gets...
Yeah, our palate has sort of almost toughened up. We want the punchier
But is it
flavours.
real?
Because of Mexican...
You take cheddar and then you take mature cheddar and extra mature cheddar. Is there or is it just a chemical they've put in it that makes
I don't know how they make it.
It's the amount it's matured, isn't it? That strengthens
it. Gets more pungent, I think.
Yeah. It will be real.
Yeah.
I hope so.
All right, you two, it's been a joy. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry it's a bit short and sweet, but we need to jump over to the other side of the studio to find out what's coming up in the next show with Sophie and Adam. Morning, you two.
Good morning to you both. Yes, we're going to have all the latest on UK and US politics and the latest on this story from Big Ben as well.
And we've also got Natasha Hamilton from Atomic Kitten. See you in just a second.
Lovely. Right, we're going to have some more pie and find out what the weather's doing.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Colder weather arrives next week, but this weekend will actually feel a little warmer with plenty of fine and bright weather, although one or two spots will still get showery outbreaks of rain, most especially as we begin Saturday across parts of northern Scotland, especially Orkney, and then later in the morning into Shetland, and an area of cloud will build across southwest England into parts of South Wales through the morning and early afternoon, bringing some light to moderate showers. Otherwise, for most it's dry, it's bright, and it's a little warmer, 16 to 18 Celsius or even 19 somewhere like northwest England. Then into the evening, well, we're going to continue to see outbreaks of rain move through Orkney and then push into Shetland, so a damp end to the day in these areas, a lot of cloud as well. But for the rest of Scotland, actually particularly further south, we've got clear skies going into the evening.